All right, we're live. It's night. That was a really bad Arnold Schwarzenegger. I just live. We're live. No. All right. It is 9:10 in the PM on March 6th, 2019. Barry, my medicinal my medicinal user friend. It looks like it's just me and you for the moment. The gruesome twosome. I know Rado won't be able to join us. He's at Dice Tower West right now. So
Oh, is he?
yeah, he emailed me back. I don't know where Pete is. I haven't heard anything. Maybe he's not feeling well. But I mean,
It could be.
but other than that, Keith said he probably wasn't going to make it. Anyway, who cares? Whatever.
Yeah.
So I was supposed to email. I forgot to email this to the Game Boy Geek. Dan mentioned wanting to be on. I'll send that off to him.
Okay.
See if he cares to join us for the hilarity. Let's see here. But anyway, how you been?
Up and down. I hit a high and a low this week, and
Ooh, do tell. This sounds like grievance airing to me.
nah, it's not. It's physical shit. I can walk with a walker. All right. I still can't support myself without anything, without a walker or anything like that. But I took a step up onto a platform, which was the first time. That was the high, and then I did it 4 more times because it's the physical therapist. And then the low is just I hit a mental block. I fell out of the wheelchair yesterday, and I pinched a nerve, and my hands aren't doing so well today. And it's just I hit a mental block.
So, I know you got hurt at work, and that's where this problems are coming from. And I don't mean to sit there and bug you about it, but I mean, so what exactly? I mean, is it? Did you have your surgery like you said you were planning on doing a while back, or you haven't done that yet, or what's your?
The back surgery was going to happen this year until all this shit with the leg, with the knee.
And what happened to your knee?
My blood became septic. I got an infection in the blood, and it sat on the knee, and they had to cut it open and scrape it off, the infection off of this cushioning in your kneecap. But I think something went wrong when they did it. It doesn't feel right standing on it or anything like that. So basically that put off the back surgery till next year.
Okay.
Probably. Yeah.
And that's why you have the issues with the walking and everything, the knee and your back.
Yeah.
Well, that's shitty, man. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen you, obviously, but I mean, I remember you were the most energetic of guys, but you were still mobile. I do remember you looking at the stairs at BGGCon a few years ago, and you just basically saying, "Nah, screw it, I'm into the elevator."
Yeah, the back does that. It gets to the point. It pinches the sciatica nerve, so it gets to the point where my leg just doesn't want to work with me.
Yeah.
Well, now it doesn't work with me at all, but before.
So what do you have to do to get to the point where you can go have the surgery then? I mean, is it something where you have to I don't know, explain it to me. What has to happen so you can go in?
Well, I got to go to an orthopedic surgeon. What happened is all my doctors were up in Pennsylvania until about 3 years ago. And then I had to come down here and start over. And being that I was on the narcotics so long, a lot of doctors thought I was a drug seeker, which wasn't the case. But, you got to build a reputation with them and all that.
As you take your medicinal marijuana. Okay. I'm just giving you the business. Just giving you the business.
I went from 160 milligrams of opioids a day to 4 or 5 fucking joints. Okay. But anyway. So I was building a relationship back up, and the orthopedic surgeon, the spinal surgeon, took a look at it, and then all this stuff happened, and I just put it on the back burner for now.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's just a matter of him cutting me open and fusing it or whatever he has to do.
But then that'll basically give you a lot of your movement back, right? And you'll be able to,
It may.
It may.
There's some nerve damage back there, hence the leg giving out on me and all that. So,
not to once again bug you or bring things up. I mean, what exactly did happen to you on the job that caused this?
Originally, I herniated 2 discs. No, I herniated 1 disc. One was bulging. Now one's herniated.
How? Just from work or from?
Yeah,
what?
I was putting in a door operator in the train. It's the door operator is what physically controlled the door from opening and closing, and I had all the safety switches and all that bullshit on it. But the operator itself probably weighs about 70 pounds, and it's overhead. And I guess I just moved the wrong way, and it crushed them 2 discs.
Oof.
And that happened in 08, 07. I worked until 3 years ago, with it. But it's getting worse. There's degenerative disc disease and arthritis and all sorts of other shit in there now.
Gotcha.
But it's my problem. Yeah.
Well, that sucks, man.
Yeah. It'll get over with eventually.
One way or the other. And somehow your wife puts up with your whining.
Yeah. I don't really whine too much. Like I said, I hit the load today and that shocked her.
Oh, well, that sucks, dude.
Yeah. But I'll move on.
Yeah. So, well, all right. So something happy, maybe. No. Let's see. Oh, just here's my commercial. We launched Dragon's Interest on Tuesday. We knew this was going to be kind of a slow burner, which is fine. It is going. I mean, we're about 2/3 of the way of funding, and we're going to get there. It's just like I said, it's one of those games where we're slowly getting to that point. So if you haven't, if you're interested in backing that, go check out the TMG Dragon's Interest game. So I'll just give you a quick rundown. So basically, and there's a really, really good video from Forrest Bauer. Obviously, remember he did a really good job of explaining how the game works. But basically, you borrow money from the dragon to rebuild the different buildings of your kingdom. And then on your turn, you take an action with one of your buildings, which the big thing is like a lot of things, you're trying to take other people's buildings and add them to your kingdom. And what you do is like you have this this box, this like wooden chest, and the deluxe version is going to be really awesome. I mean, in the standard version it'll be like cardboard, but the deluxe version is getting a really, really nice looking one. And so what happens is like you open up the chest and like you'll put like coins in there, or could possibly be knights. Knights are more of like, I'm going to take over the thing that I want of yours. Coins are you're trying to buy the thing. And so you put the coins in there, you close it up, and then you pick the person that you want to try to take like their temple. And then you hand them the thing. And then they'll open it up and they'll look to see how many coins that you've put in there. And they have 2 choices. They can either give you the temple, like, okay, you put 8 gold in here. I don't want to pay you 8. I want the 8 gold. You can have the temple. Fine, whatever. And they'll go that route. Or what they'll do is they'll match your bid offer. So they'll put 8 gold, and then they'll hand it back to you, and then you'll get the 16 gold. Net gain of 8 because you put 8 down. But then they get to take one of your buildings from you. So like, and the same thing goes for the knights. Like you put 6 knights in there, you hand it to somebody. They'll either take the 6 knights and give you the building, or they'll put 6 of their own knights in there and they'll hand it back to you, and then they'll get to take something from you. So it's this thing where like you have to kind of bet that the other player either maybe you want them to hand it back to you, and so you can get a bunch of gold or knights, or maybe it's one of those things where you have to kind of like, what's the maximum amount? Because you don't know how much gold or knights they have, because you're gonna have a player screen. So you're gonna be like, oh, do they have 5 knights? Do they have 8 knights? Well, if they have 5 knights, I can make them to 6, and they have to take it, right? So you kind of have to kind of try to keep track of that and that sort of thing. The big thing is that you're taking out loans constantly from the dragon to buy these, much like the game Ponzi Scheme from Jeff Seeley, which came up before. When you take out, the dragon goes around, and eventually, like, she'll land on the type of building, and then so everybody, like, you have all these contracts that you've used. So like if she lands on, say, the harbor, and you have 2 contracts of like 5 and 12 for that harbor, you have to pay the dragon 17 gold. And if you don't have the 17 gold to pay the dragon will kill you. Basically, destroys your town, destroys your kingdom, and then the game's over. And then whoever has the most buildings, 1, the most buildings, and 2, like the most diverse buildings, will win the game, because it isn't based off money like Ponzi Scheme was. So, yeah, it's a really good game. It's 3 to 5 players. It's got a ton of interactivity between the players and things like that. So, yeah, good stuff, fun stuff. Yeah, there you go. So,
what's the player count?
3 to 5, which I think is part of like one of the reasons why I thought this one might grow slow. Just because 3 to 5 players. A lot of people like 2-player games. That's just, or having 2 to 4 is this kind of like that sweet spot. That's what everybody. That's like the gold standard of games, if you will. So anyway, go check it out. There's lots of cool deluxeified components. Really, really cool metal coins. Really awesome. Like I said, the box is really cool. The silk screen wooden pieces. Just stuff that will upgrade it and make the game really pop and be fun when you have it on your table. So, but yeah, there you go.
There you go.
So I got to mark off one of my Kickstarters of shame today.
Ooh.
That Raven Rook thing that I've been complaining about a lot. That finally showed up today. And everybody posted like this big thing of like, oh, it's just the most beautiful thing in the world, and I was like, these are nice, but I kind of think you had to pay $30 for each one. So it was like, okay, I bought a player one and a DM one, so I dropped $60 on it, and I was like, yeah, I probably yeah. So but there you go. I mean, that's where I'm at as far as that goes. So it's okay though, but that's neither here nor there, I suppose. But live and learn, and move on. Plus, and the thing is that, like, and I know the subconscious thing in the back of my head is also saying, it's like, yeah, I waited so freaking long for this. It better be like, look amazing. And I'm pretty sure, like, in my head, I'm like, oh, I'm making it worse than it is. Maybe I can fully like see myself like lying to myself as far as that goes. So it's kind of nice that nobody else is here, because I was trying to get initials done, and I just couldn't get it done. So I was just like, screw it, and it was like, oh, fine, we'll just as they say, we won't have it this time, and I can save it for next week. But
I actually have it set, but it's on my laptop, which is down again.
What's wrong with your laptop?
Fucking Windows update. Windows. It did an update. It knocked out my Wi-Fi driver. I tried to step back, and it just froze it up completely. I can't even log on now.
Really?
So, yeah. It did this before, and I thought I fixed it. You know, I updated all the drivers and all that. And then it did another update, and it did it again. You know, it keeps knocking out the Wi-Fi. But like I said, this time I tried to backtrack it, and it just froze it up completely. So I'm working on that still. Yeah. But I do have a set on there when I get on there.
Yeah. Oh, really? When did you do that?
I've been working on it little by little, here and there.
Yeah, here and there.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool. Hold on one second. My beautiful wife has something she wants to say to me.
You know where the hot glue gun sticks are?
They should be in one of the white drawers.
The tall ones or the individual ones?
The ones that are on top of the table.
So the individual.
Yes. We now return to our regularly scheduled programming.
I thought she said, "Where's my hot husband at?"
Well, he's not in town, so
yeah, I was curious why you got him in a tall drawer.
Yeah. No.
Keith's in the chat.
Keith's in the chat. Well, come on. What a jerk. Why isn't he like in here then?
I don't know. Might be having one of them days.
Get out of the chat, jerk. Come in here and talk for like a few moments at least.
I wouldn't want to talk to you either.
I wouldn't either. Chad Roberts is in the. He's the only guy I know that's more crazy about RPGs than me. I'm going to ask Chad in his opinion. I'm going to listen to what he says here. What, in his opinion, is the best official, like, big book, fifth edition D&D WotC adventure? Like, because there's several that are really good, but I want to know what he thinks is the best.
Oh, geez. Pretty specific.
Well, it is, but they do a really good job. I mean, it used to be that, like, WotC just kind of spit those things out like they were nothing. And yeah, see, I was gonna say Curse of Strahd too, Chad, and I think that too. But then the one that came out just like a little bit ago, the one in the jungle, I can't remember the name of it right now, of course. Is really good too. Yes, people really do say WotC, Kabuki Kid.
What else you got?
What Barry thought you said, do you know where my hot husband is? And I said, he must not be in town. It's got, I mean, if it isn't one of those, I have no idea. Did you check the craft area over there? I mean, like the thing where all the other craft stuff is?
It wouldn't be there.
Well, I didn't put it away, so the only people who have been using that have been like you and.
It wouldn't be there because that's where it would belong.
Oh, okay. Why are you giving me attitude?
She's your wife.
What is that?
Gotcha.
Oh, I just want me to go look. Okay, apparently not. All right. No, not the Mad Mage. The one before the Mad Mage. It was like I can't remember. No, I can't think of it. It was a takeoff on the old school like Tomb of Evil or something. I forget. I don't know. I can't remember. But that one was really good. But Strahd's good. Strahd's good. And then what is that noise?
I don't know.
Are you using a walkie-talkie?
Oh, Keith was in, and he just dropped out. It might have been him.
Oh, fair enough.
Chives.
Tomb of Annihilation. There you go. I think Tomb of Annihilation is probably the second best one. And there was one that nobody really liked, but I liked it because it was it was a very sandboxy one. I liked it just because they tried to do a sandbox adventure. and I thought that was really good. It was like it was a good attempt by them. But anyway, that's neither here nor there.
Here nor there.
It is an unprecedented level of like RPG stuff, like really good. Really good RPG stuff coming out lately. Yeah, that's pretty good stuff. And oh, and right now, Frog God Games is actually running a Kickstarter for the I can't even talk, for their Lost Lands campaign setting, which they've been promising to do for like 10 years, and now they finally are doing it. Some giant 800-page book, that you can back. And Chad just mentioned there's going to be an Age of Sigmar RPG this year. I can't see that being any good. I mean, just because, okay, Age of Sigmar, people don't know, is the setting for Warhammer Fantasy. What was Warhammer Fantasy became Age of Sigmar. So I can't see Age of Sigmar RPG being good, just because the lore of the world, it's like there's all these different planes of existence and just all this, like there's no like to really root it somewhere. It's like like, okay, so for example, not to pontificate RPG stuff here for a while, but it's like if you are playing an RPG and you are playing Greyhawk, or you're playing Forgotten Realms, something like that, it's like bam, that's the world you're in. Like 90% of the world is Forgotten Realms, 90% of the world is Greyhawk, 90% of the world is whatever, or your homebrew world that you've created. So the moment you try to like branch off and and you would go to another plane of existence, like, ooh, I'm in like the one of the the plane of elemental earth, or whatever, and you go to those places, and then that's like a little excursion. But in the Age of Sigmar RPG, it's like all of that stuff is like each chaos god has its own world, and you're just based there. And then the world of Shaiish, which is the world of the dead, and then in each one, and there's all these like and then the Skaven are in their own place, and it's just it's so fantastic, and like, as far as like, not fantastic in the way of like it's fantastic, it's like, no, it's like so over the top fantasy that I can't see them. I can't see it working. I mean, I think people will get it just because they'll get it because Age of Sigmar is popular. But
all right. Well, maybe that's all they're shooting for, is one run.
Yeah. I have heard rumors that like Age of Sigmar is doing so well that like a lot of the other fantasy-based miniatures games are either like really ramping back their production, or they're just quitting.
Right.
Like the Cool Mini or Not, like Dark Age and Wrath of Kings, like they're just all right, we're done. Just because the stuff doesn't sell anymore. Right. I've even and then the big the War Machine and Horde stuff from Privateer Press, like that stuff is like apparently even not going over real well either. It's just like, and there's rumors of that shutting down. I think the only one that actually is still going fairly well is that weird miniature stuff, the Malifaux. Right. And I think that's just because it's so odd. It has like this little fan base that are just like keeping it going, propelling it forward.
Yeah, it could be.
Chad says Age of Sigmar Kill Team is coming out soon. They should come out. That should come out soon because when they did Age of Sigmar skirmish rules about 2 years ago, it was a good way to get people into the game, but the rules were completely screwed up. Like there are certain things that were way too powerful, and there's just way too like it was just lopsided. You could just have certain certain factions were just too powerful compared to other ones, and there was no real scaling the stuff. So anyway, played any games lately, there, buddy?
Nah, me and Jen. I was just talking to Jen yesterday about maybe every Friday starting to play a game. So maybe this Friday we'll start.
Yeah.
Tuesday.
Oh,
hey, what's up?
Look who woke up!
Yeah, no, I had a friend over. We were playing some Song of Ice and Fire, and our game ran a little long. So
No, now I know you're lying. You didn't make friends.
yeah, no, it's going to be one of our demo games at the Gamma Trade Show. So I needed to play a game and make sure I had the rules refreshed and stuff because I hadn't played it in a little while.
How do you like it, Pete?
Huh?
How did you like it?
I like it. I actually like. I would say I'm kind of a latecomer to the TV show, so I never read the books, and I had not watched the seasons until last year, and everyone was talking about them, and everyone was just it got to be so much to the point where I felt like I just want to watch this and find out what the big deal is. So I bought. My son had season 1. And I went ahead and picked up like on a sale. I picked up like seasons 2 through like 4. I said, I'll watch this. And then after that, if I don't like it, I just won't bother with the rest. So during my show's travel, I just basically put them on my iPad and I'd watch them as I traveled to all my shows last year. And by the time I got done with season 4, I'd already bought seasons 5 and then 6 came out. So basically by the end of the convention season, I caught up. So now I know about the show and I like it. I don't know if it's like my favorite. It's
right.
There are stuff I like better, but I do really like it. And because now I know about the actual IP, I really enjoy the miniatures game even more because now I at least know something about the characters. So, and I like the miniatures game because it reminds me a little bit of some of the older miniatures games I played because Clan War used a movement tray system like this does. And that was one of my favorite miniatures games. So it has a few things that remind me of that. So I kind of really dug when I started seeing the rules develop for this game before it released. So I was interested even not knowing the IP, but now that I do, I like it even more. So
would a non-miniatures person like to play the game?
Yeah, because this one, compared to others I've played, like I would say Song of Ice and Fire and Legion are great miniatures games for beginners because while they still have tactical decisions and somewhat complex rules, they're much more approachable than say jumping into 40K or Fantasy or something like Privateer Press's miniature game. I forget what it's called now, but yeah, I've played some of them. I used to play 40K and stuff. These are much more approachable rule sets. Someone that buys the starter box for Song of Ice and Fire could probably learn the rules, sit down and play their first game within a couple hours. And I don't know that you could do that and really know all the rules for a game of like Warhammer or BattleTech or any of the more in-depth miniature games with big advanced rule systems and stuff. So yeah, I think they did a good job of making it approachable without making it too complicated, but still making it tactical and strategic.
Maybe I'll give it a try. I've been trying to get Jen into it, but I tried like X-Wing and then that Star Trek one that died.
Oh, Attack Wing?
Yeah. And she didn't get into them.
So. I didn't like it. I didn't like the Star Trek stuff, and I'm not a big fan of X-Wing, honestly. Actually, I like Armada better. Yeah. But Armada is not different enough from X-Wing, but I like the capital ship stuff, and I think the movement tool and the upgrades they did when they made Armada are better than X-Wing. I just don't know how long that game's going to go out. They've pretty much put out all the ships that they probably can without making stuff up, because there really isn't that many ships left for them to make other than some stuff from the new and the old and the prequels, and I don't know if they have the license for those. I know they have the license for the original trilogy, but I don't know if they've got the license for all the stuff for the prequels and stuff. I have not seen anything for that come out yet.
So
what have you guys been talking about?
some RPG stuff.
Have you done your
Grievance
Kickstarter Wall of
stuff.
Shame yet?
Yeah.
Well, actually, I mentioned that the Raven Rook people are off the Kickstarter Wall of Shame. I
got
thought,
something.
I got it.
Go first, then. You
I
go
thought,
first.
well, see, I thought that I was going to complain about them because they did that thing that I always love when people say, "Hey, your item's shipped," and they give you the tracking number, and then you go to the tracking number, and it's like, the post office has been alerted that there is a delivery coming for
but
you.
it hasn't actually received
Yeah,
it yet. I hate that.
it just like that's not shipping. That's just you creating the label and then just sitting on it. So
That's the worst in the world when you get that notification and find out that all they have is the information that the package actually hasn't been picked up yet. It's like the biggest sucker punch in the gut you could ask for.
Well, I would say, crawling in bed and finding your dad's dentures after you've been gone on a business trip for a while would probably be a bigger punch in the gut. But
why? Kids.
Yeah, no, I had that happen with
really
a couple different Kickstarters did that. I'm trying to remember which one recently, but it wasn't that long ago. I had one. I think it was one of the Highlander games I got, maybe the miniatures one, not the card game one, where it populated a shipping label, but it was like 3 weeks before. And I think even U-Boot did that. U-Boot said something like your package is getting ready for shipment, but it's been like 2 months now since I got that email and it still hasn't shipped yet. So that's the worst. I hate that. I'd rather not know. Just give me the update when that package is actually out your door.
Yeah. But yeah, I get to mark that one off the hate list.
Nice.
Yeah, so I mean, slowly but surely, right? I mean, there's gonna be ones that I'll have forever, like say Lazy Gamer.
Fantasy football.
fantasy football.
Yeah. Sadly, that may be the only one left for me because I've gotten an update from Dog's Life, which was the other one on my list that said that the game is coming out this year and that they're working on a copyright issue, which is the reason the game's been on hold for a while, and that once they're already in talks and once it's worked out, the game will be coming out, and so that gives me hope, whether it's smoke up my ass or not. And then the other one is the airlines game, which since his initial post saying he was going to try to make it right, he's been silent now for months. So I don't know if anything is going on with that, if he's really going to try to get the game delivered this year or not. But those two are probably the only ones I probably have a good chance of actually staying on my wall of shame.
Well, it's good.
Yeah, 2 is not bad. You've got a lot, and I'm sure Aldi probably has 10 times that number, so I can't really complain for having backed almost 200 projects. If I've got 2 that don't fulfill, that's 1%. I can live with that number.
Yeah, I just you just have to let things go, I think. In a lot of ways. That's some of the stuff that drives me crazy, is that but it is fun. It is cathartic to go and listen to the people that really want to just hold them to the coals, and they're just that their whole life is waking up the next day and looking at it, and
it amazes me that I can go to the comment section of any one of these Kickstarters that is late beyond more than a couple months, and just see a dozen or so people that are posting daily, and I go to it like once a month, but there are people that are daily going on there. Has anyone got an update? I emailed them again today with no response. It's like the same stuff every single day, and it just boggles my mind that these people have time to do that. Like, I don't have enough time to go through every Kickstarter that's behind and email them daily. I mean, and I don't have that many. It's just I will say though, seeing some of the updates from Batman recently and how close it's getting to production and that they're on time for April delivery has got me really excited. I don't know why. I know it's based off Conan, and I know a lot of people didn't like the Conan system, more so because of the rules than anything else. But from what I've seen, this Batman game looks like it's going to be a blast.
At least the miniatures are going to look cool.
Well, at the very minimum, I'm going to get like 170 Batman themed miniatures that are awesome. There's been a few people, I guess they did some stuff with some reviewers. I was YouTubing Batman just to look for more information. And there's a couple people that got some early miniatures, like the resin versions of the miniatures, and were painting them. Oh my God, the miniatures look great. And those are just the resin casts. So can't wait till the final versions are done. But yeah, just to have the miniatures alone would be worth it. But from what I heard, the updates to the actual system that they've improved over the time since Conan has come out, and the rule book is going to be a lot better. So it gives me hope that this one will be really solid. Because I hear people that have got the updated rule book that have printed out the updated rule book for Conan, that the game is actually pretty good now that they have the better rules that explain a lot of the stuff the original book didn't, that it was a translation issue. So I'm tempted to download it because I've got the old Conan game, their first Conan game. So I may play it a few times to kind of learn the system and how it works, because I've heard it's a lot better if you just download the new rule book.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a couple big ones. I've got like 4 big, like giant Kickstarters that are going to be hitting in the next 3 or 4 months. Besides Batman, I've got the Rambo board game, which is supposed to, I think it got pushed back to like April delivery, but that's still not that long from now. The Street Fighter miniatures game from Jasco, that one that comes with full pre-painted miniatures, that's another one where if the game's not that great, I don't care. The miniatures are gorgeous on that one. And then there was another. Oh, Eclipse Second Dawn is supposed to be coming end of this month, I think, or early April. I know that the Kung Fu Panda game too. I backed that. That's supposed to be coming out very soon. Like it's about ready to hit retail release. So the Kickstarter ones should be coming pretty soon. So there's a couple big games that I'm expecting any day. In the next month or so.
Well, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
So here, this is actually something new. I'm going to there's something that actually there was like some sort of weird movement on the myth thing.
What? I thought that was a dead one.
Well, that's thought so too. But here, hold on. Apparently, I'm gonna have to do some more research on my own and instead of having bad radio. But apparently, they went on Facebook because like it was Ulysses NA like bought up the rights or something like that, and so they posted this on Facebook. It said, "Hello, friends. Myth is in our hands, and its next chapter starts now." As you might have heard, Ulysses Spiel acquired the Myth IP and board game from MegaCon Games last year. Unfortunately, since we did that, it has been too quiet around Myth, and that silence understandably annoyed some of you. We are terribly sorry about that, but not only because we never wanted to upset our customers, but also because that's not good for the awesome board game that is Myth. Well, let's explain how it happened. In buying Myth, we did not only acquire a great game, but also a lot of problems caused previously. To give you one example, in the past Kickstarter, some orders were fulfilled incompletely or not at all. Obviously, this is unacceptable, and we want to make things better. Luckily, we inherited the rest of the existing product, and that's good news. As long as this stock lasts, we will keep all the promises MegaCon has made to you and deliver the parts you are missing. If we do not have those parts in individual cases, we will give you an equivalent voucher for our online store to buy other Ulysses products, but we will not be able to refund the items you are missing. MegaCon Games used all the money from the previous purchases to produce the products you already have, and Ulysses is using funds beyond the Kickstarter to produce those miniatures still missing. We will fulfill Journeyman. This situation is even more dramatic for Journeyman. Every penny you paid for Journeyman landed at MegaCon. However, it wasn't enough to produce everything for Journeyman at the time we took over the game, especially the miniatures. Purely legally speaking, Journeyman should be dead. But that's something we cannot and will not live with here at Ulysses. We decided to finish producing Journeyman. For us, this is a long-term decision that even though we already know that we must make a significant investment to do so, we will do just that. Since we are starting production of the miniatures from the beginning with Journeyman, the release will unfortunately not go as fast as we all wish. Our goal is to finish Journeyman within the next year. Still, we will be launching another Kickstarter for Myth in the coming year. We pledge to honor the promises made, the game's legacy, and you, the fans. At the same time, we want to develop more cool stuff to tie things up, keep Myth running and growing, and finally get it back into local game stores and distribution. This is why we will do a new campaign with new content, as we will continue fulfilling promises as made by MegaCon Games. This also means we will regularly post news and updates on one of our favorite games as the project proceeds. We will publish weekly news on new characters, works in progress, and new designs here on our Facebook page. We hope that you're as excited and as passionate about Myth as we are, and will help us keep Myth alive.
That's promising. That sounds very much like the dog's life update I got. It was very promising, but until I actually get a tracking number, I'm still very hesitant because so many things can go wrong between now and then that could change that timeline or even the whether it's just profitable or not. So, but it's better than nothing. At least it gives hope.
Yeah,
Hope is all we can ask for.
at this point, I've written it off. So I guess
Yeah,
you're
in the same boat as me.
It was like 3 years ago. So,
yep, I'm with you.
It's tough. I mean, because I did like the whole giant all-in thing with all of like which is like a ton of miniatures that I'm still missing. And it's one of those things where let me just see here, going down their thing. So it's like there were all of these extra like things. I mean, I knew it had to be something like that where they just didn't have like all of the like all of the stretch goal stuff. They just couldn't produce all the miniatures. There was just no way, and that's why I was just sure that was never going to happen. And then I'm just looking at this. So but the big thing was it had like like this thing where you could buy like all these little expansion things all these little boxes that each one was going to have like 10 to 14 different miniatures in each one. And so it was $130 and you unlocked all the modules. So it was just like there were all these like cool little extra little modules that had cool little minis and whatever, and it just looked super cool. And so I did that, and it was just like, but of course that's like the one.
Have you heard anything from the U-Boot people? Because I think that game's supposed to be coming out this month too. Did you back that one?
I backed it. I backed it and got everything. And
yeah, me too. Like, I backed it at normal, but then decided it looked good enough that in the Pledge Manager I upgraded to the all-in with all the plastics and stuff. I thought the last update said that they was going to be shipping in mid-March to the U.S. and that everyone should have their stuff by April. By end of April, I think they said to give them like 4 to 6 weeks for fulfillment. And apparently the app's supposed to go live on the iTunes store any minute now. Like the Android app's already up, but they're having to do a few things for Apple to approve the app. So the app should be up by the end of this month. It should be up on the Apple store. So I actually wish just the app was available so I could at least play around with it a little bit and get an idea how the game plays.
Patience, Grasshopper.
Yeah, it looks good. U-Boot looks cool, though. It looks like a really cool, better version of Captain Sonar, like a cooperative Captain Sonar.
Well, the app. I mean, the app just looks like it'll be so cool to play with.
Yeah. And it fits for a sub game, like you're looking at radar and the map and the iPad will be like your radar screen and stuff.
And also the periscope. And
I mean, everything about that just looks cool. And,
subs don't have periscopes anymore.
Not anymore, but this is World War II subs.
Yeah. They just got rid of them last year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I remember the Lazy Gamer. I remember one person like sent him, actually posted, I'm sending Jordan, Jordan Davis or Jordan Kravitz or whatever his name was. I'm sending him $50. Sent him cash in the mail. So here's $50. Send me my table. I'm paying for my shipping. And he actually in an update stated something along the lines of, I got you $50. I'm not going to spend it. I'm not going to do anything with it. I will send it back to you when I send you your table or whatever. And this guy recently posted, I have to assume that some of his backers are his friends. If so, please ask him to mail me back my $50 that I sent him.
Idiot. Why'd you send it in the first place, you turd? You knew you weren't going to get your table.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a fool and his money are soon parted. That's just
That's the dude who cut his hand off on the planer and all that, right?
He lost a
Or his
finger.
finger?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, let's not.
I like how you downplay. He just lost a finger.
I meant to
Yeah.
say cut his hand on the planer, and I said cut off.
Mm.
Yeah, he lost the finger, right?
Yeah, it's just,
So what do you guys think of
for all we
Paladins
know,
Paladins of the West?
did that launch today or something?
Yeah,
Or-
it launched, and I'm interested. I backed it at $1 just so I could see the. I have not played any of that. I've never played Architects, so I don't know much about it. But I'm a huge fan of just Paladins in general. Like I love Paladins as far as like, a character class. It's my favorite one in fantasy. So I'm kind of interested if the game is decent and it's got a Paladin theme to it. I'm kind of interested. I just haven't played it yet.
I haven't looked at it. I'll have to peruse it. And
Okay.
see,
I didn't know
like,
if you'd done a review on it or anything. That's why I was asking. I saw Rado had a review, and he seemed to like it, but he seemed to like the Architects better for a couple different mechanics. So I wasn't sure if any of you had played Paladins at a show or something yet.
Well, that guy Shem, he just keeps pumping them out though. So I mean, all credit to him for.
It's supposed to be a trilogy, right? Kind of like how the Raiders of the Lost Sea and
yeah,
North Sea and all that was a trilogy.
the
I think
Viking
this-
one, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is a trilogy of these games, of the West Kingdom games or whatever.
As far as biking to keep his lights on,
He's trying to get his steps in.
Yeah.
He was being a bad boy today and didn't walk around enough, so he's got to make up for it now.
Let's see here. 22 days ago, we've got 13 backers in Toronto. Anyone fancy going to their office and asking some awkward questions? It could be a bit of a trend. Yeah, that was for fantasy football.
Someone updated today?
No. Somebody posted. Somebody said can anybody go to his house and knock on the door?
I got to read that.
Yeah, just go track him down.
Well, it's not. Is the office for this company in Toronto?
Supposedly.
Because I know one of the designers is Daryl, right? And he's from Toronto, but I don't think
Daryl and JR.
Are
I've asked JR about it, and he's just like, yeah, I have no idea. The guy just basically vanished.
Yeah.
We've got 13 backers in Toronto. Anyone fancy going to their office and asking some awkward questions? That's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, he basically pulled the ripcord and dropped the ninja smoke, and
I wonder if something like that, how that affects you endorsing another project.
Not from that design company. I won't back another.
Just in general, I mean, would it make you hesitant to do another?
No, I honestly. Like we said earlier, I've backed almost 200 projects now, and I've got 2 that are looking like they're not going to fulfill. And one of them is still 50-50. This one looks like it's dead in the water. That's a real low percentage, right? And now I kind of see the signs, like, if they're, if it looks too good to be true, it probably is. So, with the untested and untrue. And honestly, most of the stuff I back is from companies that are fairly reliable with a decent track record. It's just that occasional game that just like, oh, that looks kind of cool. I've never heard of these guys before, but let me go ahead and throw, 30 or 50 or, whatever dollars at them. But like from the companies that haven't fulfilled now, the CSE with Fantasy Football, I would never back another project, just like I wouldn't back another project from the guys that made Airlines, the Golden Egg guys. I won't back anything until I get what they owe me. And if they don't give me what they owe me, I'll just never buy another one of their games, no matter if it was the coolest shark game ever. If they don't provide the original game that they owe me, I'm not going to back anything from them.
What if it was called coolest shark game ever?
Nope.
With Paladins.
Nope.
Yeah, with Paladins.
Paladins and Batman fighting sharks. Nope. Still wouldn't do it.
No, but I didn't mean back in a project. I mean, if you put your name on it and you endorse it or sponsor it in some way.
Oh, no, I would never. Oh, you mean for instance, like if I had helped maybe do some play testing or wrote the rule book for one of these games and then it doesn't fulfill, would I still support the game or?
Yeah, or if like say Forrest did a video on it or he put his name on it. He put his name on it somehow. Like he thought it was a great game. He really pushed it. He put his name on it somehow. Would that make you second guess endorsing something else publicly? Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, if I were like when Airlines came out, if I was promoting it and sharing it on Facebook and saying that, I've played it at the show and it's great, everyone should back it, and then he stuck it to everybody like he did, I would think twice about doing that again unless I knew for sure it was a company that was going to produce. You know, if it's a company like, you know, like TMG or Come On or you know, Colossal or any of these Kickstarter companies that have a good track record of always providing the game and not, you know, canning a project, I'd feel a lot better about endorsing it. But if it was mom and pop's first game out of their garage, yeah, I'd probably think twice about doing that if I got burnt on it before. I mean, it's just it's the kind of the old rule, right? You know, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Know, I mean, it's you're gonna do it until you feel like you've been made a fool of, and at that point, you'll learn and stop. So,
the fool won't get fooled again.
Yep. Yep.
Chad said King Kong Bundy rip.
He died.
When did he die?
Christopher Polensky 2 days ago. 2 days ago.
2 days ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those weird things where like I heard it and then I Googled, and then first of all, like there was a breaking news like 7 minutes ago, King Kong Bundy dead, 61. And then the other thing you see is that he sent out a tweet. He sent out a tweet like 6 hours earlier saying, "For those of you, I'll be at WrestleCon signing autographs." You're like, oh.
Was it a heart attack or?
Wow, I don't think they said anything.
Life is frail.
Yeah,
well, you never know too, right? He may have a publicist or someone that did that tweet and didn't realize he'd already passed away, or had passed away within that hour.
Yeah.
Most of those guys don't run their own Twitter. They've got an agent or someone who runs.
You know who does run his own Twitter? The Iron Sheik.
Oh,
really?
Have you ever followed him?
No, I haven't. But I used to see him on wrestling when on the USA Channel Wrestling.
All caps. Everything is in all caps, and it's absolutely effing insane. Just like go to Twitter right now and just search for the Iron Sheik, and it's just he is like and he tweets like 20 times a day, and it's all just absolutely insane garbage.
Iron Sheik.
Yeah. And it's definitely not safe for work as far as the language goes. I mean, it's just but
take a minute of your day to be nice to someone, you dumb son of a bitch. That's awesome. And he actually has a tribute to King Kong Bundy, which was cool. He said, "Goodbye, big man. I love you," with a picture of him, which was kind of nice. That's funny as shit.
I remember I read a thing about I watched an interview with him, and they asked him there's a lot of people like they ask, it's like, oh, what's your opinion of Hulk Hogan? Like there's all these guys who basically say, oh, Hulk Hogan was all in for himself, and like he was conceited, and this, that, and the other thing, and a lot of people run him down. And like he went off, and he was just like, he's like, if it wasn't for him, I would never had a job. He's the one who vouched for me. He's the one who got me in the WWF. And I've never wrestled against anybody that took better care of his opponent as far as like just making sure they didn't get hurt. He said he had the softest touch for somebody who made it look so real. And it was one of those things where it was weird. It was like, because there's so many people that like you did interview, and they just run Hogan down every chance they can. But which doesn't mean anything. Maybe he is a piece of crap, and he just happened to be really nice to King Kong Bundy. But who knows?
He says Bubba a lot.
Yeah.
I just found out Luke Perry, who died recently. His son's in wrestling. I didn't know that.
Yeah, his son's a wrestler, amateur wrestler. But yeah, they showed footage of it. My wife was watching TMZ when they broke the news that he died, and they showed his son, who's got like really long curly hair. And he's an amateur wrestler, and he was at his bedside when he passed away. But yeah, it's weird. It always seems to be like groups of superstars all die in the same like couple days.
It's a pact.
Yeah.
King Kong Bundy and Luke Perry had a fucking pact.
Well, that's why. That's how
what an odd pair that is.
That's how they get. That's how they do it, right? So.
Well, at
Oh,
least
and
they
Jerry,
died on
apparently
different
Jerry
days.
Merriman, the guy who invented the calculator, died this week too. So
Well, yeah, and Luke Perry, that guy, and King Kong Bundy had a pact.
Yeah.
So
At least they
here's
had
this
on
somebody
different days,
said,
not like Farrah Fawcett. Yeah.
Phalanx said tomorrow, posted a comment in U-Boat, tomorrow we will have some good news for you. So please stay tuned for an update. Have a good
Really?
night.
Ooh, I'm going to read that now. That makes me excited.
That's all they said, though.
Honestly, as much as I'm excited about Batman, I may be slightly more excited for U-Boot only because I'll be able to get it to the table so much faster than waiting to get my miniatures taken care of for Batman. This game looks like a game that I can, the day I get it, as long as the app is up for iTunes, it'll be on the table that next day. Like, I'm not going to wait. This game's going to get punched and ready.
So, Pete, I know you used to send your minis out to get painted a lot. Did you?
I still do sometimes, but not all of it. I'm starting to paint more of it myself. The stuff, mostly painting the stuff myself that's small games that have small miniature counts that I don't care about the quality as much because I'm not that good a painter.
Right. But do you play the game before you do that? You send them out or paint them?
It depends.
To see if it's worth it or not.
It depends. If it's a game I know I'm keeping, regardless if the game is good or not, like for the most part, Star Wars games, Lord of the Rings games, Marvel games, anything that's like a big IP that I'm attached to, regardless of the gameplay, but I would want the miniatures for some reason or another anyway, then I don't care. I will go ahead and send it out and get painted. But like games like Batman, for instance, I've already lined up painter for that. But the day I get it, I will probably break it down and play it at least once. And then I will just send the miniatures and I will keep the game and I'll just grab some hero clicks and play the game without the miniatures so that I can still learn the game and play it. But like a game like, say, I don't know, what's coming up next? Street Fighter's already pre-painted. Like Kung Fu Panda, for instance, the Modifius game. It comes with like 70 or 60 miniatures. I wouldn't probably hesitate to just send that out and get painted and not worry about playing the game until I got it back because, you know, it'll probably only take like a month or two to get painted. So I can wait because it's not high priority. I got it just because I thought it would be cool to play with my daughter because she liked the movie. Same thing with like the Nickelodeon Splat Attack. That's one I'll probably paint myself because they're big, goofy miniatures that not a lot of detail. So I should be able to paint them look adequate. That'll be a game where me and my daughter will probably have fun painting those together. And then we'll throw it on the table, you know, a month or so after we've painted it to play it for the first time. So it just all depends, honestly. Games with like hundreds of miniatures, you know, I'll probably play it first because it's going to take a long time to get painted. But, you know, games that only have like 30, 40 miniatures, I don't mind sending it off right away and just reading the rule book while I'm waiting for it to come back.
What about you, Lance? I know you paint a lot of minis for the war games.
You paint all your own stuff, right, Lance? You don't send anything out, do you?
I don't send anything out. I mean,
but do you play the game first, or?
I rarely paint the miniatures for a board game. I don't know.
Well,
I just
even
don't.
a mini game. Do you paint the minis before you play the game, or?
Yeah, well, I mean, it depends on if you're playing casually. Some people will let you play with unpainted minis, but for the most part, like there's a table standard, which is based in 3 colors. So,
So you have to paint it.
You have to paint it, yeah, and it's kind of just like frowned upon it a little bit, you know, and just like it's one of those like. You know, they just kind of like, oh, here's my gray minions. They're like, oh, yes, you know, they're just kind of so. But
is wash considered a color or no?
Yeah, I mean, it's most people. It's like they get 3 colors by painting the armor, painting the weapons, and like and then there's like a cape or something. You know, you just it's but it works and it's fine. It just
Do you have a problem painting a game if it's only half painted? Like if you were to get a board game, like a board game, not like a miniatures war game, but like a board game, and started painting it, but then someone said, "Hey, let's play it," and you only got it like half painted, would you still play it, or would you?
Oh yeah, I mean, what does it matter? Yeah, what does it matter? But I don't know. That's just my opinion. Like I said, I don't plan on what's the word I'm looking for here? Like I like with board game minis, it's just like, because I mean, if I do a shitty job, then it looks shitty, you know. So it's just like, you know, and I just rather keep them gray, you know, and just run that route. So, yeah, but whatever, it is what it is. Which, as my wife would say, nobody ever says anything about. Nobody ever says that about anything nice, you know, like. You know, it's always like, you know, it is what it is. Like, oh, I had to throw $800 into my car. Oh, it is what it is. It's not like, oh, I won $1 million in the lottery. Oh, it is what it is. You know.
Unless you get that humble brag going on.
Yeah. The old.
In case you guys are wondering,
brag.
I painted one miniature ever.
One.
I
painted a couple, but I
painted a lot.
The game first.
If you go back to when I used to paint prior to working in the game industry, I used to paint a lot. I've painted probably close to like 500 minis, maybe 600 minis. I painted a full Warhammer army. I painted a full Clan War army. I painted all my privateer press stuff for War Machine. I'd played a lot of miniatures. I actually was more of a miniatures gamer back then than I was a board gamer, and it kind of flip-flopped now. Now I'm like 75% board gamer with like a 25% miniatures gamer.
But what age do you guys think would be good for kids to start painting?
When or what?
Like what age for like miniatures games?
My daughter probably could start painting now. I mean, at a very rudimentary level. At 8 years old, she probably, if I taught her basics of washing to get detail, not trying to actually like dry brush or highlight detail, she probably could paint like that Nickelodeon Splat Attack. I'll let her paint some of the characters, and they won't be perfect, but I'll let her paint them. And then if she wants me to touch them up, I'll touch them up. But you know, games with big miniatures, like the Munchkin miniatures, like all the new Munchkin games that are coming out with actual miniatures on them. Those big miniatures would be good for kids to paint because they're nice and big, and there's not a lot of real small detail to them. So I think at 7, 8, 9 years old, if they've got decent motor skills, they could paint just fine. Your daughter paints, right, Lance?
Yes, she is.
Is she pretty good?
Yeah. I mean, it depends on what she's doing. I mean, like sometimes I think she gets a little more audacious. Like, and she doesn't like rein it in a little bit. Like sometimes it's like, you know, like kids don't ever know when to stop. It's like they get to a point where it looks good, and then it's just like, oh, I'm gonna add one more thing, and it like, and you don't, you know. So, but I just let her go, you know, and I let her do what she wants. It's just it's her stuff. So, you know, if her like, you know, I mean her Seraphon army, which are the Lizardmen in Age of Sigmar, I mean, she's gone classic look with a lot of them, and then like her, you know, Pteranodon riders are all like, they might as well just be like it's some LSD insanity going on with like bright neon colors, you know, which I've always said, you know, it's like, you know, which would be more scary, like a Darth Vader, like all black walking towards you slowly, or Darth Vader like in like bright orange, pink, and green neon walking towards you slowly. You'd be like, that guy is crazy. You know, it's just like, he's unpredictable. Look at what he's wearing. You know?
I hate clowns.
Yeah. So yeah. But yeah, there you go. That's like one of those things or whatever. But yeah, I'm just looking through my stuff that's late. It's all garbage. And then the people are still going absolutely nuts on the Court of the Dead Mourner's Call board game, complaining about the minis. And yeah, just losing their goddamn minds.
Yeah.
But,
I'm actually not too disappointed. Like normally at the end of the year when I look back at Kickstarters and stuff that hasn't fulfilled yet, there's always like 2 or 3 that I'm like, you know, I really wish I had saved my money and not back those, because after the initial rush and excitement of the campaign, and then you have a few months sit by and you're like, should I really have bought that? This year I'm actually pretty proud because there's really not anything on my list that I'm like, no, I wish if I could get my money back for it right now, I would. I think most of the stuff that are coming up, I'm actually genuinely interested in. one way or the other. Like I didn't. Sometimes you impulse back and regret. I don't really have anything on my list that I think I could say that for that hasn't fulfilled yet. Not looking at it, I don't think there's anything really. Maybe Seventh Continent. And the only reason I say that is because a friend of mine got it, so now I don't really need it. But I'm still excited to play it. Like I've still not played Seventh Continent other than like a brief running of the first adventure. But I backed it for like the second wave fulfillment, which isn't coming out until like April of this year. But that one I dumped a lot of money into, like $250 to get the all-in gameplay bundle. And I'm kind of thinking, well, now that my friends got it, do I need it? Is it just going to end up taking up space and I'm going to end up trading it or selling it? That's probably the only one. And it's not because I'm not excited to play the game. It's just because someone I know already picked it up. So.
That reminds me, I played Gloomhaven. I forgot.
I haven't played that yet. What did you think? What did you think?
I only played the first scenario, the intro scenario, I guess it would be. I liked it. I'm a little worried, though. I'm a little worried it's going to be the same thing repeatedly, and not being able to keep the attention. But other than that, I did enjoy it. Like I said, I'm a little worried about that. We'll see. Yeah. I'm afraid it'll be a little too samey. But like I said, it was only the first scenario. I don't know if other stuff opens up the further you go. Well, I'm sure it does, but we'll see.
We will see.
I have heard you have to play more than like 4 or 5 games to get into it.
See, that's always the problem. And that's why I'm starting to think campaign games I should just start shying away from now, because every campaign game I have, me and a group of friends will have started the first couple things of it and then moved on to something else. Like I've got a half-played 5 adventures into Charterstone and haven't finished. I've got Imperial Assault that we've played the first 2 adventures for and stopped. I mean, there's at least half a dozen games back in my closet that and then with like games like Charterstone, it's even worse because like you've already adjusted the board and stuff's been added, and it's pretty much at the point where if we don't finish it, I'll have to just get the recharge pack and reset it to a new game again. So it's the problem. It's like I think that maybe more my play style is not campaign games, even though I enjoy the idea behind them, because how often are you going to get a group of people to show up 12 times to play through all the content of a game consistently and do it in a relatively short amount of time so you can enjoy it and remember everything? I mean, we're in case 3 of Detective right now, and we've been playing it for 6 months. It's like we get together once every month and a half and spend half the night refreshing ourselves of what we learned last time, and then play for like 2 hours of actually advancing, and then we don't get together for 2 or 3 months and then do it all over again. So I don't know. I guess I need to win the lottery so I can quit work and just play games all the time.
And campaign games are tough because you got to keep them fast enough that they're interesting, but you can't go so fast that you burn out on them, that you lose them.
I'm starting to think a good campaign game now should only have like 3 or 4 adventures so that you can realistically play it in a weekend and get the content out of it and then be done with it at a point where you can stop and then make more small adventures. Like a game like Gloomhaven where there's thousands of adventures and it could take you literally a year of playing just Gloomhaven to get through all of that. I've got Gloomhaven 2nd edition. I've opened it and looked at it, but I don't know if I'll ever play it. It'll probably end up being on my trade pilot someday because I just don't think I'll ever invest the time to play through it all. Unless one of my friends just absolutely has to play it. It's never going to hit the table. I'm not going to bring it out on a casual night because I don't want to start something and then have different people each game, unless it lends itself to having different people each adventure. I think it's kind of a campaign episodic where you're supposed to get the same guy and work them up. So I don't know. I probably wasted $150 on Gloomhaven because I don't think I'll ever end up playing it.
Yeah, I've considered getting rid of my copy. I mean,
I haven't marked mine for that reason.
Yeah, I probably have about $1,000 worth of campaign games that if I could get someone, if someone just said I'll take them, I would probably just get rid of them all. It clear up about 3 Calyx shelves full of games and a lot of like disappointment every time I look at my game shelf and see Imperial Assault and Gloomhaven and Sword and Sorcery and all this other stuff.
Yeah,
And
I mean, it just comes down to it's just like there isn't time, right? You know.
yeah, and that's exactly it. And Kabuki's saying solo it, but for me, if I'm gonna play a game solo, I'd rather just play a video game. I play board games to play with other people. So sitting down and taking the time to set up a game and read the rules and learn a game and then play it solo without somebody to enjoy those near misses or critical successes is no fun for me. At that point, I'd rather just hop on and play Apex or World of Warships with friends online, or just play by myself on a computer game where I don't have to set up and tear down. And when I'm ready to go to bed, I just click off or save and go up to bed and don't have to have 20 minutes of tear down and stuff.
Speaking of Apex, holy shit, Nikes! You guys see there was an update?
No, I haven't been on today.
Well, I will get that info and I will pass it along because I just clicked on it. I'm interested.
I do love Fortune and Glory Kabuki, and I've got everything, the first 2 expansions and all of it painted. And so I'm looking forward to the next 2. They've been on pre-order sale on some online sites for like months now, but I don't know when they're coming out.
I wonder if they'll do like a rule update on that. It needs it.
It does. Actually, if you go to BGG though, the games, that rules guy that does lots of rules for games did one for Fortune and Glory, and it's really good. I forget what the guy's called, but he does a lot of stuff for rules for games.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he's super good, and he did a rules update for Fortune and Glory. I hope they do reprint it with a better rules. I would definitely get the PDF and print it out. Universal Head, that's it. Thanks. Yeah, he does great rules, and he did a great one. He even has like turn order sheets and stuff to help you get through the timing and all that. I actually brought Fortune and Glory to the game store this past weekend, and we were going to play it, but ended up not getting it on the table. But it's one of those games that's one of those that I'll never get rid of, just because I have such fond memories of playing it. And even though the game is a little clunky and stuff here and there, it's still every time we play it, we have a blast. So, looking forward to the expansions.
I enjoyed that one. Are you done with them, Lance?
With which one?
Flying Frog.
Flying Frog.
You know, I got done with them a long time ago, actually.
Shadows of Brimstone stuff, or
it wasn't even the Shadows of Brimstone stuff. I think they did a decent enough job with that. It's just I had like a really poor interaction with them at a convention once. Like, and I don't want to like go through it again, but I mean, it was basically one of those things where it was like, it was really weird. It was like one of the Flying Frog people like signed up for the BGG Secret Santa, and I got them as my thing. And so like, and this was back when Ruinbound was still a thing and the adventure game. And so I bought them like 2 or 3 of these like Ruinbound expansions, like, you know, a big box expansion, then a couple of small box expansions, and just sent them, right? And I was just gonna like go and like, and I don't remember which one it was, but I remember, and then I was like, oh, you know, and it was like, I figured, oh, that'd be kind of cool if he's there at Gen Con. I'll go over and I'll say, hey, is so and so here? And I was just like, and I would say, hey, you know, hey, did you get that stuff? And I was gonna say, yeah, I was going to send you that stuff. Just, you know, just have, oh, that's, and it wasn't like I was gonna go there and like, hey, I get sent this. You should give me some stuff. You should be some, you know, I wasn't gonna do that. I just wanted to like, hey, I was kind of cool. I got you as my thing. And like the person I asked, I was like, hey, you know, it's just like, you know, I was like, this is a weird question, but I just wondering, you know, like, who's in charge of the booth? And like the guy was like, well, I'm one of the people that's in charge of the booth. And I was just like, oh, okay, cool. Is so and so here? And he was like, well, why the hell do you want to know? And I was like, oh, well, you know, and I explained the story that I explained just here a little bit ago. And he's like, yeah, well, he doesn't have time for you.
Wow.
I was like
big time, Jeff.
Okay.
Yeah, he did.
I was like, well, talk to you later. You know, just like, I was just like,
was this a minion or?
I know. Well, he said he was one of the people in charge of the booth, and I was like, he didn't have a name tag on or anything. I was just like, all right, well, see you later. Just like.
That's weird.
Yeah, it was weird. I mean, that's fine whenever people have bad days. Stuff happens. Yeah, but I was definitely like, you're a jerk. But it's fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
So that's interesting. Do you guys judge the games by your interaction with people in the publishing of the game?
Not the game himself, but supporting the company, definitely. Like if I have a bad experience at someone, say like I'm on break at Gen Con and I go to someone's booth and they treat me like rudely and whatnot, I won't take it out on the game because if I like a game, I'm gonna play it. But I'm definitely less likely to support them. Like I try to be friendly to all the other people in the industry. If I really like a game, I have no problem sharing it on social media. And if there's a Kickstarter for it, sharing it so people can find out about it and doing stuff like that, because it's just professional courtesy that, hey, I like a product you make. I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you, even though I work for this company and I want to promote their stuff. I also am not afraid to get on and say, hey, I love Star Wars Legion, or I play, I like Fortune and Glory or whatever. But if I have a bad interaction or dislike a company based off the people, I will be much less likely to do that. I still will play their games if it's a good game and I really like it, but I will not support the company by sharing and getting other people involved and letting other people know about this and stuff.
But will that interaction turn you off of the company's games completely?
No, I don't think so, because I've had plenty of bad interactions with some certain companies, but if they come out with something I really like, I mean, I guess it depends on the level of the interaction, right? I mean, if it's like if it's a small mom and pops company like a Kickstarter, like we were talking on Kickstarter, I will never check I won't even look at their games. But if if I have a bad ordeal at a Fantasy Flight booth, is it going to stop me from buying Star Wars Legion and Star Wars Armada and the new Lord of the Rings game? No, absolutely not. Those are IPs, L5R. They pretty much have my money, whether they're dicks to me or not. But thankfully, I've got a lot of friends over there, and most of them are really nice people. But if I went to their booth and had a bad experience, I wouldn't stop buying those games. But yeah, I may certainly definitely not promote their stuff on Facebook or at the local game store or any of that stuff. So, I enjoy helping other companies like guys at R&R. The guys at R&R Games are some of the best people in the industry. Dan and Frank are two of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. And they have given my family so much enjoyment with all of their games over the years. Me and my daughter, she's grown up playing R&R games. My wife will play them with us. They're super nice guys. They've given my daughter games at Dice Tower Con before when she'd walk up and say hi because she's met them a couple times now. And they're just really nice people. I will advocate and advertise for them any chance I get. If I'm playing one of their games with my family, I will 90% of the time post it on Facebook and share it so people can see the game and learn about it. I love supporting good companies and good people, but the companies that treat you like crap or that you're, that don't take the time to be personable or just shoo you off and just say, buy my stuff or get out. Yeah, no, I won't do that for those companies. But it doesn't mean I won't play their games if there's something I like.
That's the wave of the future, Pete. Buy my shit and get out.
Don't
sell
it in the ass.
Eat it and get out. Hey, Forrest, your post office sucks, man. Yeah.
Why?
Forrest had the Dragon's Interest prototype, and he sent it off to Tantrum House, and it's been it went to your post office, and it's just sitting there. It's it has.
I thought you said it was in Indianapolis.
Oh yeah, oh sorry, it went from Fort Wayne to Indianapolis, and it's just stuck.
Is it bad weather? Is there snow and stuff?
No, it just said.
No.
Let me look up what it is. It's one of those things where.
It's the worst. I've actually had stuff that shipped from Atlanta that went to Charlotte and sat in Charlotte for 2 days before it came to Greenville. So it literally drove up 85 in a trailer past my city.
Yeah.
You go 90 minutes past my city to another city, sit in that city for 2 days, and then come back to Greenville. Yeah. I never understood it. Like I'll get stuff from Come On and have them ship it to me, and it'll literally go to Charlotte and then back. It's amazing that there's not a better way for it to get to Greenville from Atlanta, which is literally a 2-hour drive.
So here's what it is. He sent it priority, and it was USPS in possession of item Fort Wayne, Indiana, February 28th, 2019, 11:38 a.m. Departed post office February 28th, 4:45 p.m. from Fort Wayne. Arrived at USPS Regional Origin Facility March 1st, 2019 at 12 p.m. Indianapolis in Distribution Center Annex. And there it has sat. On March 5th, they got an in-transit arriving late because they said March 2nd was the delivery date on it. Your package will arrive later than expected, but it's still on its way. It's currently in transit to the next facility.
Yeah, free shipping. I'd definitely file a claim on that. Priority, you'll get your money back for it.
Yeah.
Well, it's not
the point.
It's not the point. I mean, it was like, it's just fucking dumb. And
they got the sniffing dogs out.
Well, and like, I called them up, and they're like, "Oh, we don't know." I mean, that, whatever rum dum I got on the phone, they can't help. I mean,
no, they don't know anything. All they know is the stock answer.
Yeah, they just know what's there, and it's like they put a trace on it, but then the trace came back. Oh, it's somewhere. Okay, well, why did you even offer that as an option? I just just so dumb.
It could be en route and just didn't get scanned somewhere.
But it should have gotten to them, and it was just, it's just dumb.
The idea is this is a timing issue. You need these videos out before the Kickstarter, and now it's going to be very difficult to get it to them, and then for them to get it to the next person in time.
Yeah.
No, I get it, but I'd still make them pay for it. I wouldn't not file the claim and get your money.
Well, I can't file a claim for 3 more days. I think
it has to be delivered
3 more business days.
Yeah, once it's delivered and you can verify it didn't make it on the 2nd, which obviously it didn't, you can file your claim then.
Woo!
Woo!
Yay! Whatever. Apex Legends is a fun game, though. I'll say that.
It is. I'm definitely sad I haven't got to play it much this week because I've been doing a lot of gamma prep and getting presentations and stuff ready for the show. So I really haven't played a whole lot of anything this week. And tonight, the one night that I had free before the show to play stuff, I had to refresh myself on Song of Ice and Fire because I've been so busy over the last couple months. I really haven't played it. I wanted to make sure I knew the rules down pat for the gamma game night. So yeah, I haven't got to play a ton of video games this week.
So what is the Apex?
It's the Battle Royale game from EA. It's one of the
they consider it a combination of Overwatch with
Fortnite.
With Fortnite without any building.
Yeah.
The big thing about this one is that it is it's more gritty and real for as far as the artwork goes, but it's also the weapons themselves are fairly interchangeable. There's some different things that go on with them, but it's the modifications that you find laying around that you add to the things as you run around that turn them into bigger and better things. So it's
I'm not good at it, but I enjoy playing it.
Oh yeah, I mean Aldi and like JR and I played it like for about 3 hours or 4 hours one night, and like we never won, and like there were some times when we would play and the match would last
30 seconds.
Well, we land like Scott's like, we're landing hot as we see there's like 8 other groups and
he likes to do the hot drops.
He's always like, well, we got to get better at learning how to.
We got to get better at fighting.
Yeah, but there's nothing about getting better when you land. You land naked and get 2-shotted before you can even punch the guy.
you land there, and people are just looking at you with their machine guns, just like, oh, hello.
But I do agree, jumping to the remote places and spending 15 minutes to get geared up with no interaction and then getting killed by the first group you come across doesn't get you better. It wastes time. So I understand what he's doing. You don't want a hot drop. You want to drop just away from a hot drop so you at least get a gun before you get into combat.
Well, yeah,
it doesn't do any good drop
that,
where you're trying to punch people because that's just randomness if you're going to get the punches to hit or not.
Well, he always wants this. We're talking about things people don't even understand, but like there's this supply ship that people like to go to.
The supply ship and the air docks is Scott's favorite places to drop.
And
He loves the
supply
air.
ship-
I love the supply ships. You just grab one thing and jump off. Just grab one thing and get off.
What's horrible is we were playing and Forrest runs on his Fisher Price, my first computer.
His TI-20.
And it's just like we're sitting there and it's just like I was playing the character that calls in an airdrop and he's like, you can't use that because my frames per second goes down to like 7 when the whole thing's exploding and he can't do anything.
Yeah, he doesn't like when I smoke up either because it kills his frame rate.
Oh, so good though.
Forrest, your next Kickstarter, you need to upgrade your computer. For
That's
editing
a pretty tall
purposes.
task considering I don't use my computer to post videos.
Editing, you need to edit the videos on a good, decent computer.
It is one of those things though when you do get a kill, it's so satisfying.
It is. Because you know someone spent 10 minutes getting geared up and all excited to make the push to the end, and you just take the dream away from them.
For me, it's the fact that you just killed somebody that's got 800 kills, and they see me with my 3, and they're just like, "That guy got me. That guy got me."
Yeah, I've been playing since launch. I think I have 15 or 16 kills. It's not a lot for the amount of hours I've played. It's not a lot. I get about 1 kill every 20 or 30 minutes. It's not great. But it's fun.
It is really noticeable how good some of those groups are compared to us, where they're like using these triangular like vector communication.
Yeah,
we'll get the jump on him, we'll have positioning.
I'm dead. And then one person trying for like 10 minutes to resurrect, get our bodies to drop them off, and it's bad, but it's fun, and I enjoy. I'd rather play and lose with a full group of people than to randomly jump in with strangers and have a good team that makes it all the way to the end, not talk and joke around.
I won't play if I don't have one other person that I know. I mean, Aldi and I played and just did randoms one night, and that was okay.
I don't like it. I honestly, I don't think I'll play unless it's a group of 3. I really enjoy being able to talk to the whole team, even though we still suck. It's more fun. It's way more fun.
Oh, we suck again.
But playing with someone who you have to like, because we like to play in Discord and chat. I hate having to try to type out and do stuff. I prefer to play in a full group. It's just
you can use T to talk though. T to talk works okay. Aldi and I played one night with some guy that had like 900 some kills. That guy was insanely good, and he was like, this way. You guys go over there. You guys go over there. You know, and he was. I mean, and it was like having a military commander, just like, and we were like, okay, and we both got like 2 kills. This guy was just blasting people left and right, and as soon as we ran into a team of 3 and they took him out, and we were done in like 3 seconds. But I mean, but he was good. I was like, holy cow. But I got this. I bought a new mouse.
Hey, hooray!
I bought a new gaming mouse, so my gun won't just go off randomly as I'm running around, letting everybody know we're here.
When it comes to gaming, I always use a wired mouse. I never want to rely on battery or frequency interference on a mouse because I use it too much. So for whatever reason, if it's not a wired mouse, I've never owned a wireless mouse. I don't like them. There's too many issues that could go wrong, and I know that they're a lot better now than they were when they first came out. But for me, it's just wired or nothing.
This button right here is the same as hitting my trigger button 3 times quickly. So this is my rapid fire button. Yes.
Ooh, look at that fancy, man.
Oh yeah. And then this button is the same as like Alt. So I don't think we use Alt for anything in this game. But
Alt is, let's see, Shift and Control is sprint and slide. Alt is something, I can't remember what it is.
But this is Control, so that's like my slide button, and then this is my Shift button. So like I can just click on those to run. I don't have to hold down that horrible keyboard to do it.
Yeah, I've got a Logitech G series mouse. It's got all those extra buttons too.
We're talking about my stuff right now. So
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What's going on with yours?
Yeah, Pete. What the fuck?
Yeah. What the fuck? On the bottom, they have this thing I can unlock, and I can put weights in here, so the mouse actually will weigh more, and I'll feel more friction when I move. Yeah, I know. I'm pretty excited.
That's a lot of thought for a mouse.
This is my variable DPI button, so I can increase and lower my DPI.
Yep, mine's got that too.
Yeah, we're talking about mine again. Yeah. So no, this will either be good or it'll.
No, you'll like it. It's very similar to the mouse I have, just different brand. But yeah, those buttons once you get the good feel, and you should be able to in Apex go to the settings and be able to customize those buttons for whatever buttons you want it to be, not what the default is. So yeah, you'll get it set up the way you like. It'll make it a lot easier. I haven't set up Apex yet on my mouse, but I probably should because I've got like 6 programmable buttons on my mouse I could set up for stuff, and I always forget to do that.
I will just be happy when it doesn't just shoot my gun at random times.
What? Are you being attacked, Lance? Nope, I'm fine. Damn it.
I'm fine. Everyone's like, blah, 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 blah. And then like Aldi was like, is that you? I was like, or am I getting? The thing that sucks about that game so much is that like we always are still thinking we got to make our weapons better. Like when you get to the point where you have your two, well, the thing is that one, none of us are going to be able to switch to the other weapon anyway. So you got your one weapon you want to use, right? You get your one weapon you want to use. Maybe if you're sniping and have another one, but you got your one weapon you want to use. You've kitted it out with like a scope, maybe an extended mag, maybe something else. At that point, we need to just say, okay, this is as good as it's going to get. Don't worry about getting more. I mean,
just get to the center of the map and wait.
Yeah, because it's just like every single time I pick up a med pack or a shield battery, I know I'm just picking this up for the guy who kills me.
Honestly, I like to just get an assault rifle and a shotgun. So I've got one that's decent medium range and one that's for inside houses and buildings. Because I actually do, whenever I run into a building, I either switch to a pistol or shotgun because it's better damage and easier to aim than it is with like a long range weapon or even an assault rifle. But
most of my kills have come from the Havoc, the energy weapon. It's just weird.
I like that one a lot.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you can get that one add-on that you don't have any charge up time. It just starts shooting right away when you click on it.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, and then
honestly, I think most of my kills have come from melee from all these hot drops where I've gotten to kill 1 or 2 people before I die. I literally the first night we played, I think I got 6 kills and all of them were melee kills because he would hot drop us and I would be like, oh, here's somebody, punch, oh, they're dead, and then I'd get killed, and then we do it again and I'd punch and get one more guy and then I'd get killed.
And every time we play like Forrest, I can tell if he's been lubed up a little bit, let's just put it that way, and like all of a sudden he's like, oh, I'm taking the big fat guy. I was like, why?
I like that guy.
Look at this skin, man. Look at this skin. It's awesome.
He doesn't actually, okay, so I looked it up. He does not actually go any slower than any of the other characters. It's just his animation, his running model makes it feel like he goes slower. But all the characters just running and walking, they have the same speed. It's all in Scott's head.
He hates that shield, though. He's just like,
I love that shield. It's so useful. It doesn't work with his style of play, but when you can't aim the way you want to aim, I need a shield.
I have never. I've opened up like 22 or 23 of those stupid Apex packs, and I haven't gotten a single legendary. And Forrest gets like 3 in one night.
I've gotten 2 or 3 legendaries out of about 25 or 30 packs, but
not a one.
Nothing that's good. I mean, I haven't gotten anything. I think I got one good thing for the character I like to play.
It doesn't matter. I mean,
it's all cosmetics.
I used to play Bangalore, but I switched to the Bloodhound guy. I like him.
I play Bangalore, and I'll play Wraith, and I'll play Gibraltar. Those are the 3 that I actually like. I don't really care for the other characters.
Oh, Bloodhound is he's so cool. I mean, if you know you're going to get into a fight, and you use that special power he has to basically give him the blood of the beast or whatever. And the screen goes gray, but all the enemies turn red, and you can see when they run away from you. You can tell where they've gone. If they've like jumped through a window, you see the window. I mean, it's just super sweet. It feels like you're actually like accomplishing something. For like 40 seconds, you're faster, you're more agile, and your shooting is more accurate.
I think they have a
where
hit
they
with
are.
this one, though. I feel like this one has got some legs, and the fact that they've already hit like 50 million active users in the short amount of time the game's been out is pretty impressive. If they're not stupid and don't heavily monetize and keep it just cosmetic and add more content to this game, it's going to be huge. But if EA gets in their own way and tries to,
Oh, there's so many people just pumping them full of money right now, though. I mean, like, oh, I'll buy some coins. Yeah, okay.
I think it's going to come down to the battle pass. If they nail that,
yes, if the battle pass is like ridiculous, like there's a game that just came out that has like a $90 battle pass for a game that only costs $60. And I forget what game it was. I remember seeing it was a review that I think it was on. I forget what the name
game,
of,
wasn't it?
huh?
I think it was a fighting game, wasn't it?
Yes, it was a fighting game. It was maybe like Dead or Alive or something. The new Dead or Alive.
I think it was that.
It's like a $60 game, which is very basic. But then there's like a $96 season pass that adds 2 characters and a ton of skins. But in Dead or Alive style, they're all like the base game has like not scantily clad stuff, but then the pass has like bikinis for all the girl fighters and stuff. It's Dead or Alive traditionally is like one of those scantily clad women fighter games, but apparently this time they decided to make it everything you have to pay to get that stuff now instead of it being in the base game. So the game costs like, they looked at Dead or Alive 5, which is the previous version, and in Steam there's $1,200 worth of add-on content for that game, between characters and costumes and stuff that you could buy for that game when it was done. And now they've already started the next one, and it has a $96 first expansion season pass.
But see, I don't even think they're going to go with the battle pass. I just think they're going to go with the whole, you can pay.
They already said they will. It's coming out.
Yeah, they already said they're doing a battle pass.
It's coming out in like a week or 2.
Yeah, it's not that long. It's going to give you basically all the content that you could buy individually that's out, plus a few new things, and then they're going to add more stuff, and then there'll be a new pass and all that. So, I mean, battle pass, all it is getting everything that there is to buy for the game at a discount. That's all it is.
Yeah, but what is there to buy for the game? I mean, other than
2 extra characters, and then there's all of the unlockable stuff that you could get through crates that you'll be able to just buy and unlock immediately with the pass.
So characters for the most part for most people.
Characters and skins and stuff, yeah.
But you can already buy the characters. If you give them $20, they give you enough coins or whatever to unlock both of them.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know the price of it. I got free money from Twitch for being a Twitch Prime subscriber, but I didn't end up buying a character because I didn't really like the 2 characters that were there. I just bought a bunch of boxes so I could get more stuff for the characters that were already in the game.
I would like to try the Nox guy, the guy with the gas.
I think Mirage would be kind of cool. I think it'd be neat to try that, but I probably wouldn't be good at it.
So the last time I played, me and Aldi were there, and we were playing with JR, and JR got disconnected. And he was just like, crap. And then like Aldi's like, well, let's just play it out and see what happens. And JR said, hey, I'm going to bed. And I was like, all right, see you later. So me and him started playing, and like we ran into one group, and they must have just been horrible because we killed them 2 on 3. We got them. We're like, well, that's pretty cool. And then we got all kitted out. We both had like purple armor. We both had purple helmets. We had the whole like we both had weapons that we really liked. They were like, everything was kitted out, and we're like, all right. And all of a sudden we looked, it was down to 2 squads, and we were like, holy shit, it's down to 2 squads. He's like, yeah. And I was like, can we do this? And then we even knew where they were. We could see where they were, and we knew where they're going. And we were like, all right. And we were in like this little, like in this building. And I said, I think they haven't seen us yet. So, and they're coming this way. And so one guy came over, and we just blasted him, knocked him down. And if JR had been there, we would have won that fucking game. But then what happened was a guy with Mirage, like, basically did the Mirage thing.
Did you get bamboozled?
And Aldi fell for it and like chased after that one. And then the 2 left just blasted him, like, and took him out in like, in nothing.
And then you were screwed.
Or then I was screwed, and I was just like, so I ran over and killed the one guy before I was like, I'm gonna get killed, damn it. It was like, you're going down. But yeah, then the other 2 guys just came over and just, feasted on my soul. But I mean, yeah, it was close. It was like, we were like, damn it.
Yeah, me and Aldi got second in one of the earlier games. Actually, it was like in the first 5 games we played when it was just me and him grabbing randos, and we made second place, and we were in a 2 on 3, and actually got down to where we took out everyone but one guy, and that one guy sniped me and then backdoored Aldi and beat us. And we were like, oh my God, that was so close. And then that was like the best we ever did. Like the next 30 games, we were like, we'd be eliminated in like the first 5 or 10 games. But we had that one game where the circle was so small, it's like there was a wall, and we knew the other team was on the other side of the wall because the circle was just big enough to encompass like a 10-foot radius on each side of the wall. And we came around the corner and killed one guy, and then the guy just annihilated the both of us.
Mm. Anyway, yeah, it's a good game. It's definitely a way to suck away a few hours at night.
It's a good stress reliever. Like after a bad day of work and stuff, and you just want to hop on and play something for like an hour and go to bed. It's perfect for that. Like,
yeah, but like you said, it's just I don't want to play it without my friends. You know, I don't want to jump on and goof around.
It's not a game I solo. If I'm going to play by myself, I'll hop on World of Warships and do that, because that's a game where I don't care if I'm playing with my friends or not, although it is still better with friends. But Apex is the game where I want to play with 3 people that I know, and we're all talking together on a voice chat and all that.
Well, it's like back in the day when I played Team Fortress 2 all the time. I like there's a couple of servers I always played on, and like, you know, so I got to know some of the other names of the people on there, but nobody used voice chat. Nobody talked, because like it was 2 teams to like 20, so you didn't talk to each other, and there was just like a little bit of like chatter going on. But when Team Fortress 2, it was like you get killed, you just came back. You got killed, you know, you just waited 10 seconds and you came back. So it was more of just like go, you know, and you kept fighting and kept fighting, and you just, you know, switched out to different like, you know, if like, oh, we need an engineer, okay, I'm gonna go play engineer. Oh, we need another, you know, soldier. You know, you switched back and forth. It was a different kind of game, you know. And when you can respawn, I think it isn't being able to talk to your friends really doesn't matter, because of the fact that like you don't have to worry about putting together a plan or where are you at, what are you doing, Forrest? Yeah, I'm not screaming, Forrest, what the hell are you doing?
It's like Star Wars Battlefront's the same way. You die, you respawn, you come back at a further point. You're basically trying to push a line forward or backward, but your lives don't matter. You're just respawning and trying to push until someone gets enough points to win. Apex, with these battle royale games where when you die, unless you can get your card resurrected, you're dead and you're out of it. It puts a lot more stress and emphasis on that life, so you value it more. Whereas in a shooter where you just respawn and you're playing a 5-minute match to try to score more points than the other team, you know, like a team deathmatch or something like that, it's totally different.
Yeah. It is. But yeah, I wonder where Aldi is.
I'm not sure. I won't be on much longer. I have to drive to Atlanta tomorrow to practice my presentations and go over some slides with the team. So I'm going to only be on probably for another 10 or 15 minutes. Then I got to hit the hay. But yeah, I haven't talked to him. I like I said, I haven't got to play much Apex this week, other than a couple games with you guys earlier in the week.
He was completely offline like an hour ago, and now he's at least online. But
yeah. Yeah, he talked the other day about getting on and playing. I've been, like I said, this week's been crazy trying to get everything prepped for Gamma. Once I get past Gamma, my schedule like lightens up so much, because all I have between Gamma and Gen Con is the Come On Expo, which I drive to Atlanta for, and it's like 3 days. So I'll be in town for 5 days, but it's a 3-day show, and it's not a big show. So I've got a super stretched out schedule this year. So I have like 2 months after Gamma before my next show. And then after that, I have 2 months before our family vacation, which is Dice Tower. I'll go to Dice Tower, but I'm not working it. And then I have 2 months after Dice Tower, a month and a half after Dice Tower for Gen Con.
Yeah.
And then after that, I only have one more show left for the rest of the year, and that's Alliance. And that's like a month and a half after Gen Con. And then I'm done for the year, unless I try to sneak a way out to BGG Con, which I'm still thinking about doing. If I can manage to acquire a cheap room or a roommate, I may go ahead and pitch the money and take vacation time and go out for like 3 days to BGG Con.
Tepid lemonade.
Yeah, I know. I miss the tepid lemonade and I miss the battling tops, and I miss a lot of stuff. And I'd like to see the new location. But
battling tops is just without the Dice Tower people there, and even like Bonacor is retired from it. It just isn't the same. I mean,
that sucks.
It's kind of it was, but I mean, it was kind of my favorite thing about battling tops was just riding down the elevator.
That was awesome.
All
the reaction
of
of
us
people
crammed in there like sardines, everybody wearing their costumes.
and we would scream as soon as the doors open if someone not part of Battletops was standing in the elevator. We'd all just like, ah! And they would just look
like,
at us and they'd be like, "I'll wait for the next."
Yeah, and it was like ding.
Yeah, that was pretty freaking cool. Actually, I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think the most enjoyment was the walk from the hotel room where we all got dressed down to the actual arena and just watching all these people. They're like, "What the hell is this?"
Yeah, that was good. But no, I mean now it's like it was like you know, take this how you will, and I'm just gonna say it. I mean, like they like really like put a kibosh on trash talk.
Really?
Like yeah, like there were people like you know trying to trash talk and like saying, oh, you know, you're going down, and they were like, oh, the battling tops is a situation where you know it's like this is supposed to be fun, and I was like, you know what, fine, whatever, you know, but it was like it's an organized
That
event.
takes a lot of the fun. That game wasn't about the actual game. Battletops is completely random luck. It's all about the showmanship and the fun. I mean, like real wrestling, right? It's less the match and more about the pre and post match that really matters. So if that goes away, I would not want to play it anyway. So I guess maybe.
Well, the thing is that you like the mimes won last year. Like you know there's like the 4 people, and then 3 of the 4 mimes made it to the final table. So it was kind of like anticlimactic ending. You know, it was just kind of like, I wonder if the mimes are gonna win. You know, just. Yeah, which you know, fine, whatever, it happened. But then you're like one of those things where it's like, why did 3 of the 4 make it? You know, you're just kind of like, they must play this a lot at home and know some tricks or something.
Well, I'm sure there are definitely tricks to give your top a better spin or a faster spin, or you know, I'm sure, or that delayed spin wherever you like pretend like you're going to spin and everyone jumps and you go a second after, so that everyone else hits each other once and starts to wobble when you go in and get a. I've seen that happen where people do that delayed spin where they'll like partially yank the string but not all the way and then give it a double yank, and apparently that gives them a chance to like miss that initial contact and just get in there and get a long spin in. So yeah. So, but I never cared about that. I just wanted to get in there and trash talk a little bit, have fun, and if I advance, I advance. I don't think I've ever won a match in Battletops. I think I advanced 1 round once, and that was it. Out of the 3 years I played in it, it was just fun. Nothing like walking around in a giant shark spandex costume. It was awesome.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, it is good stuff.
Forrest, you got to experience a BGG Con one day.
Yeah, not in the budget. Not in the budget for the next. Not in the budget unless $15 minimum wage comes to fruition. Then we got it.
Well, it is an exciting event.
Well, why don't you just crowdfund it instead of doing Essen? Crowdfund BGG Con. Heck,
I can talk about how I'm going to cover 100+ games at Essen. What the hell am I going to cover at BGG Con?
You're going to cover the con and all of those Essen releases that you didn't get to see because you didn't go to Essen.
Yeah.
The fact that you're putting the videos out only a few weeks later, because BGG Con's only like 3 or 4 weeks after Essen anyway, it's not really that big a difference in their timetable. You'll get to cover all the Essen games will be at BGG Con because by then they're over here, and you'll have this almost the same footage at a third of the cost and get to have more fun.
Well, that's arguable. I really did enjoy going to Europe. Because that's my first time ever going to Europe, so I would argue that point. But this year we're definitely going to Essen. Me and my wife are going as a part of a vacation. So we'll be Essen, and then we'll sandwich it around, go to like France, and hopefully visit Barry or somebody, and going to just exploring Europe with my wife.
Well, I lost my bet last time you went to Essen. I said you'd get lost in Denmark and never make it. So
you mean Amsterdam?
Yeah, Amsterdam. Yeah.
Speaking of which, you know, nobody's brought up weed tonight, but every single Democratic candidate is in support of legalization right now, and that makes me so insanely happy. Sure does to Barry.
I'm sure there's 1 or 2 that aren't.
Nope. You know? They right now. Every
Really?
single Democratic presidential candidate has said that they support legalization of marijuana or decriminalization of marijuana, which let's be honest, it's pretty much the same damn thing.
Well,
I mean,
no.
you won't be able to go to the store and buy it, but you won't get arrested for it. It's coming. It's coming.
So, and what's your point?
I'm excited. I'm excited about next year. Super excited.
Well, they got to win too.
Well, I honestly,
it's very likely you'll still have a Republican-controlled Congress and/or Senate. So it's still.
Well, luckily we can do these. What are they called? The what's the thing that Trump did? The state of emergency.
Okay, so weed is a state of emergency.
Yeah. Well, no, with the marijuana, they don't actually have to do anything through Congress. It's the FDA. All they have to do is he hires his head of the FDA and says, "All right, this is no longer a Schedule 1 drug. It's now a Schedule 2 or Schedule 3, and boom, it's done." Like that one, that's like the easiest thing that they could do. Everything else is going to be hard. But no, I'm excited. Like I actually found somebody I like better than Bernie Sanders too, but he's not going to win.
No, I got news for you. Neither is Bernie. So.
Yeah. Why? What's the logic there?
Because
this is a good time for me to go to bed. So I will see you all. Are you, Lance? You're not going to Gamma, correct?
No, sir. I'm not going to Gamma.
Is anyone from TMG going, or are you guys just?
Daniel and Michael will be there.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll see Michael then. I know Michael. I don't think I've met Daniel, but all right. Very good. Well, I won't be on the Boom next week, obviously, because I'll be in Reno. And I think there's a game night that night that goes till like midnight Mountain Time or whatever Reno's time is. I think it's Mountain Time. So I probably won't be able to pop on even if I get back to my room. You guys will probably be close to the end, if not over with. So, so I will see you all in 2 weeks. So have a good one. Enjoy your political pot talk. And,
I'm not. I'm not going to spar with him at this point.
It's just everybody's writing off Bernie, and I love it. But you know who's not writing off Bernie? Fox News. They know. They fear him. You know how many fucking smear pieces Fox News has put out on him in the last week and a half? It's incredible.
First of all, Fox News doesn't fear him at all. Fox News.
Yes, they do. That's why they're already talking shit.
Oh my god. Just let me finish.
Okay. I'm going to go to bed. You guys finish this, and then when you're done, you can debate whether Last Jedi was better than New Hope.
So,
all right.
Good night, Peter. Here's the thing. There isn't a single news agency that cares one shit about anything other than what can get people to click on a piece or watch a video or listen to something on their TV show. So it has nothing to do with fearing him. It has to do with playing to their audience and getting them interested in watching it. So that's why I say they don't fear him. He is a hot button thing that they can use to get people to watch, or like you go there and click on those things and like, oh, Fox News is fearing them. I need to read this article. Thank you for clicking on this. Thank you for watching that video. You've just like given us impressions and made us money. That's why I'm saying that's even the person that runs CNN, like this, the Central News Network, has stated we aren't a news channel anymore. We are an entertainment channel. So there's no emotional part of it other than how much money can we make from this article.
And I agreed with you before a couple years ago, but now I legitimately believe that Fox News is nothing else other than let's get Donald Trump reelected.
Well, it is a tool of, well, I will say this. As long as Donald Trump actually like gets them their clicks and their ads and everything else, they will continue to support him. But the moment that it isn't economically feasible for them to back him, it's
a big moment though. I mean, he's money. He is money.
Well, yeah, and follow the money. It has nothing to do with them like, oh, we need to get this guy elected. It's like if he's elected for 4 more years, we can have so many people come here that hate Donald Trump, but they can read these articles and just be so angry when reading them. And every like person who loves him can come here and read these things and be so happy that they read them. It's a complete money thing. It has nothing to do with like, oh, we really believe in Donald Trump and what he says and what he thinks. I mean, I'm sure there's people there that do, but it's because they want money. Money is what is important, not any of the policies or any of the people that are running for president.
All right. Well, either way, what's your reason for writing him off? Because I love it. I love hearing him.
He had his chance. I mean, it's just like
no, he did not have his chance. Hillary fucked him.
Well,
right
no, but that was what his chance was. I mean, that was, and he got screwed out of it. So what'll happen is that he'll show up, he'll do his thing, and he'll get his moment. But has the what's his face, the vice president
Joe
guy?
Biden has not.
So Joe Biden, but everybody's saying that he might.
He got permission. He got blessing from his family, but now it's an age thing because where he's legitimately like, oh man, because he's going to be fucking 70 something too. He's old.
Well, Bernie Sanders is old as well.
No, but I'm not saying that as an attack on him. I'm saying that from what I read is one of the reasons why he's considering not running.
So he's being responsible
because he's worried about his age.
Yeah. So.
And I imagine he saw what took on Barack Obama. I mean, if you look at the pictures from 10 years ago from now, dude's aged hard.
Yeah.
No, I love it, man. I got so much enthusiasm. Like, I'm volunteering. I've signed up to volunteer. Like, this is it. It's going to completely change our country. And if it doesn't, I'm going to be just whatever. Either way, I'm excited. I'm excited for politics now.
I don't think I'll make it.
Well, okay. So how far do you think he'll make it? Do you think he's not even going to be the DNC candidate? Do you think he's going to get knocked out by Trump?
No, I don't think it's Trump. I don't think he'll be the DNC candidate. They don't like him. They didn't last time. He's an independent at heart,
Yes, they don't. But here's the thing. They don't like him because of his viewpoints, and now he's pulled everybody to his viewpoints. Everybody's $15 minimum wage, except for like one of the centrists that she's just a rich billionaire. Everybody is what is it? The marijuana. Everybody's the healthcare for all. Like, he's pulled everybody over to his way, and I'm just so excited. And now universal basic income is going to be taken to the table because of Andrew Yang. People are going to be talking about that shit. Oh, it's coming. It's coming. Man, we need Richard on here.
He's in Dice Tower West.
Yeah, my buddy's there. He said he was eating dinner with Tom Vassell. They were talking about how Tom Vassell had played games with Trey Parker from South Park. That was pretty damn cool. And I guess Trey Parker said he's giving a copy of Terraforming Mars to Elon Musk. Like, I thought that was pretty cool. Interesting little tidbit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but Lance, where do you think he's gonna get knocked out then? You think he'll make it to going against Trump, or do you think he'll get knocked out before then?
Oh, he'll get knocked out before then. Yeah. Democratic Party is a party of youth. They will go young, and they will find they will find somebody young to put up there. I don't know who it'll be, but it's just like the problem here is that none of them are dazzling anybody right now. I mean, it's all splintered out. There's Bernie people, there's
Warren
people.
Bernie is dazzling people. He had 24,000 people, 11,000 in Chicago, and 13,000 this weekend at his rally. They're going to get bigger.
Google who's the Democratic frontrunner. Just Google that.
Right now, it's Joe Biden.
Yeah. So
right now, you know who's number 2? It's Bernie Sanders. And do you know who the number 2 choice for most of those Biden supporters is? It's Bernie Sanders.
They're going to go youth because it's just, you mark my words.
Yeah.
If Aldi was here, he would write it down. They're going to go youth. They're going to find somebody that's at least in their 50s and they'll pick them.
Kamala Harris from California. I mean, she's probably, if it's not Biden, she's going to be the one they trot out. And yeah, I like her. I like her a lot, but
it's politics. Young, old, smart, stupid.
Here. This is the first one. Kamala Harris is the Democratic frontrunner, but she's not the favorite. Here's Rolling. Let's see what Rolling Stone has to say. They're a big weed people.
Did you say weedy people?
Weed people. They like the. Here, this is what they're saying.
I've got a hit for you. Most people like weed.
Actually,
They either
71%
don't
of
have
the
strong
country.
opinions on it, or they like it if they've smoked it.
well, having no strong opinions doesn't mean they like it. They have no strong opinions means a neutral. So you can't just count them in. People that are against people that are against it can say no strong opinion are with them then.
But I think you're not factoring in the money, the insane amount of cash we're going to generate.
Yeah,
Anyway.
It is.
Anyway, here he is. Sherrod Brown, Kamala Harris, and Bernie Sanders are like according to the Rolling Stone. Sherrod Brown, the senior senator from Ohio, has launched his Dignity of Work tour, which stops in Iowa soon and New Hampshire. Brown has vowed to make a decision in the 2021 with a couple of months, but he's already saying things like, "I will beat Trump in Ohio." Skilled at debunking the lies Trump tells to a Trump country, Brown is a champion of labor and prescient critic of the dangers of unfettered free trade. The rumpled, raspy voice, 66-year-old, is plain spoken. He calls Trump a racist, but Brown is positioning himself as a realist, arguing that a Medicare for all is not practical and advocating instead of the 55-year-olds be allowed to buy into the program. It's something we might be able to get through Congress. His signature policy is the GAIN Act, which is a $1.4 trillion expansion to the earnest income tax credit, a wage subsidy for the working class. The benefit would roughly double for families and soar for childless workers from $500 to $3,000 a year. His signature apology in 2011, Brown regretted comparing the GOP's public union busting to Nazi Germany. I should not have mentioned the hostility of tyrants like Hitler to unions. He said, "I apologize for it." So there's your that's one of the top three. Then they said Kamala Harris is number one.
Can I give you my biggest argument that I think a lot of people don't factor in?
If I said no, would you still?
He wouldn't care.
No, I'd save it until we get a different political debate, and then I would use it.
We're not debating. I don't
Well,
know.
We're sparring. We're talking back and forth. I love it. I love talking about politics. No, Bernie Sanders got more votes from millennials, from young people, than Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump combined last time.
And
those people are still most likely going to be voting for Bernie Sanders because he got them excited about politics. And those 8 years, the 4 years since then, those new people that are coming in, the 18, 19, 20, 21-year-olds, which, yes, a lot of them are not going to vote because, they just don't. Who do you think they're probably going to go for? I mean, I'm so excited. So fucking excited.
You can't really look what happened last time on the Republican side. There was 15 of them, and the big guys, Jeb Bush got knocked out pretty quick, and so you never know.
They were not prepared for Donald Trump, though. I mean, no,
we're not prepared for
neither was Hillary.
Yeah.
Well, Hillary tripped on her own fucking feet. She's still tripping on her own fucking feet. Her campaign staff came out a couple weeks ago and talked shit about Bernie Sanders. I don't know. I love it. I'm just totally into politics right now, and it's exciting. And I'm getting my kid into it too. Just telling him about all
the years to go, though. It's I think there should be a law on that. Just presidential shit goes on too long.
Well, the best way to do that would be to get all the money out of politics, because that's how it works in most other countries. Their election cycle is nothing. It's a month, 100 days, something like that. Ridiculously short to us.
Well, I think it should be I think they should be vetted a little better, so it should have a little bit of time with that. But I don't think, 2 years out is, it's half these guys will run out of money, and they'll bail out. It's, I just think it's too much. We should have enough time that we could research the people if you're going to, which most of us don't, and vet them for things that are apparently happening now. But, and do you think Trump's going to make it? I don't know.
Yeah. I think the only way, I was reading about it. I think the only way that Trump stays out of jail is by making it. And people scoff at that, but God, there's just so much of that circumstantial stuff piling up that eventually there's going to be the one thing that's not circumstantial. It's going to be something stupid too. It's going to have something to do with frickin' Stormy Daniels, something that's just dumb. But that's going to. He's got a house of cards right now. I don't want him to get impeached. I want him to stay healthy, because Mike Pence. I'm from Indiana, and if you at all care about LGBT at all, like Mike Pence is a terrible human being. Like he is just a terrible human being when it comes to that sort of thing. So
Yeah.
I hope Trump stays healthy, but I don't see him. Like, how many people in his original campaign cabinet are in jail? It's just like the fact that we can say that about a president. It's so nuts that we can say, oh yeah, like four of the people that are really close to him, they're in prison now, or they're going to prison. It's just it's an exciting time for politics.
I guess you know.
Politics is no longer boring. I mean,
yeah,
even if it's for a bad reason.
That's what's scary. It's politics is supposed to be boring. You know, it's supposed to be just getting shit done. You know, it's not.
That ship sailed. Yeah, there's too much roadblocks.
I just detest politics, and I really detest like the fact that it just consumes people. It's all they want to talk about. It's all they want to focus on. It's all they want to discuss, and it's just kind of like,
But
can I go a moment without you, talking about this, that, or the other thing? It's just like, and I
agree with you to a certain extent. Like, I know the people you're talking about. Like, that it is their thing. Like, they don't do sports, they don't do video games, they don't do board games. Like, it is all politics. And unfortunately, those are people who are like asshole. They're not fun to talk to about politics. But it's just like, what is a more important topic to talk about? Like, there's not. Like, aside from, unless you're talking about like your family or your health or something like that, like politics should be incredibly important.
It should be, yeah.
But it's been bastardized so much over the last 100 years that it's, yeah.
Yeah, and like everything else, people don't talk as much. You know, they have a side. They choose the side. There's no in between, you know?
Yeah.
Especially with politics. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I know. I mean, it's seriously, it's to the point where I don't even like discussing it with people that I'm like, I know, because I'm just like, that I maybe will think the same way, or maybe, we will have fairly even, opinions about things. Like I will like literally just be like, yeah, no, I don't even want to talk to you about it. I don't even want to discuss it, because even if you try to like, explain, hey, this is how I think, if it isn't like really like wrapped up completely around exactly how they feel,
right.
It's just like, oh, they just want to like, jump down your throat and explain to you why like you're a card carrying fascist, and you're just like, no, I just don't happen to feel exactly as what you said, so I just but yeah,
I think
I
the
don't
lack
know.
of the third party really hurts Americans. Like the fact that there's not like a middle ground where it's like, oh yeah, I'm pro-choice or pro-life, but I'm also this other thing that's completely different from that. Like a middle fucking ground. There is not a middle ground.
Yeah.
Well, and then that's the other thing too, where it's like, okay, so you have this like you, and then people are like, why do we still have electoral college? And I'm not opening up that door. And you're like, because we have two parties that never want to see a third party gain any power. And the moment you take away the electoral college, you're opening the door to a third party being able to like come in and muck things up. So that's why, because there's two parties that don't want to give up any of their power. They would much rather lose 3, 4, 5, 6 elections in a row, and just so they can continue to be one of the two.
Well, I also think there's some states that never want to do it. Like fucking Rhode Island. Fuck no. Like the small states, they never, ever, ever want to get rid of that, because immediately their votes, they count how they should count, as one vote, one person. So I understand why the states don't want to do it either. A lot of them.
Well, the only states, I mean, if you get to a point where, you know, I love that argument too, where it's like, oh, we'd still care about like North Dakota. No, nobody would care what North Dakota wanted. You know, it's just like, you know, they'd be like, you have 750,000 people living in your state. You know, it's just like, you can just fucking figure it out. You know, just leave us alone. You know, I mean, yeah, you'll get the scraps, and we're just going to pass policy that's going to, because everybody will focus. Let's see, I need all the people in LA, I need all the people in Chicago, and I need all the people in New York. So that's, what do you want here? The feeding trough is right here. I'll fill it with whatever you want, so I can get all your votes, and that's where they'll go. I mean, it's like the Republicans know we can't take California, so screw it. You know, they don't even bother. The biggest thing, and I like, once again, I don't want to walk down this electoral college thing too far, but the best thing they can do is, like, there's the 3 states that actually divvy up their electoral votes as to the actual percentage of what it is. So like, it's like if they have 7 electoral votes, and, you know, 60% vote one way and the others go the other way, it's like, okay, so we have 7, so, you know, 4 will go to the Democrats and 3 will go to the Republicans. You know, and they actually divvy them up that way. If they did it that way, that would be an improvement.
Really? What states do that?
There's like 3 of them, and I can't
really
remember which 3 they are. But they actually divide up. They actually have figured out, you know, like the percentages, and if there's this many people that vote, you know, it might be 2, but I mean, there's 2 or 3. I can't remember which ones they are.
You know that.
Yeah. So I mean, if they did that, I mean, then you'd have situations where it's like, oh, well, the Republicans are like, well, if we can we'd go to California, you know, and we'd actually, you know, campaign there, because instead of just throwing money away, because you'd actually have some interesting things that might happen.
It's Maine and Nebraska. That's why that's why I didn't know.
Yeah. Well, there you go. But no, politics is where souls go to die.
But it shouldn't be. Like that's what I try and teach the kids in my class. Like, I love having open and honest conversations with the kids, because it's just so preconditioned. And not to knock on you, Lance, but it's just people like you are just, and I understand why. I completely understand why you do it. It's just, you've been poo-pooed out of it so much, and people have been poo-pooed out of it so much that it's like, this fucking young generation is just getting the impression that they shouldn't fucking talk about politics. And
the thing is that I think it's part of getting older, honestly. I think it has a lot to do with, you know, me just getting older and getting, you know, knowing that I'm set in my ways, knowing that I'm a product of the 70s and the 80s, you know, and just knowing that, like, you know, it's just kind of like this, the new generation way of thinking just doesn't really click with you, and you're just kind of like, I don't like this, and it's really tough. I mean, the true progressives that are able to, like, embrace the new methodology and the new way of thinking, I mean, I admire those people a great deal. I'm just like, you know, I'm smart enough to keep my mouth shut when, like, I have an opinion that I know is going to be extremely unpopular. And, you know, so I just keep my mouth shut, and I just nod, and I'm like, interesting, you know, and maybe I share it with people that I can trust, and we have a like-minded view, and you know, whatever. But I mean, it's just kind of like, yeah, otherwise just keep your freaking mouth shut, just sit there and wind out the clock, you know, because it's just like the music you listened to when you were a teenager and like early 20s is the best music you ever listened to. It's kind of like the same thing. It's like you grow older, and it's just kind of like, yeah, no, because there's a lot of people that I know that I watch, you know, and I just think to myself, I'm sure there was shit that I was like thinking was just like the frickin' most awesome political ideas ever when I was in my 20s, that like the people, my parents and my grandparents probably looked at me like I was like, what the shit are you even thinking? You know, that is like, that's not the way we do things, dadgum, you know?
Now, I've got a question for you. I've noticed a lot of the time over the years, I've noticed a lot of cynicism, which I know a lot of people have cynicism because, you know, it's nearly impossible to get any damn thing done. If a politician got in there and like really did some shit, like they were able to just unclog it, like Trump was trying to do, and just say,
no, Trump didn't try to do anything. But anyway, go on.
He tried to take $5 billion. He tried to take more than $5 billion to build a wall. Like, what if a candidate was able to do that? Was actually able to start like getting stuff done? Would that change your opinion on stuff?
You know, I mean, I would just maybe, I don't know. I mean, but it's just like, but politics are, the thing is that there is no grand sweeping change unless you're talking about, you know, dragging people out in the street and shooting them,
Well,
you know, and putting in a new government completely.
I disagree completely. Universal basic income. Would you say that's not a grand sweeping change?
It would be a grand sweeping change, but you know, we are decades from that being a reality.
Medicare for all. Would you say that's a grand sweeping change?
Certainly, but once again, decades from that being a thing. It has to. You can't eat the big power pellet and turn around and get the ghosts. And you know, it's something that you get incrementally. How many decades did people rally about? You know, when I was a teenager, I saw every single concert I went to. The same deadheads were sitting outside, legalize marijuana, man.
And that's what I'm talking about. That's the cynicism. That's the exact cynicism I'm talking about. That might be reality, but that's not what some of the new people want to do.
That's realism. I mean,
it is realism.
The people that were out there, and they were slowly, those people, those freaking idiots that I saw every single time with the same stupid like petition that they probably forgot to send in anyway, you know, just like, but it's like that little tiny like waves beating against the stone wall, just slowly but surely winding it down. And that's why legalizing marijuana is something that's real. It's going to happen, you know, and I don't have a problem with it. That is why same-sex marriage became a reality. You know,
see, here's the thing, Lance. I want to argue with you 1 point. And I think universal basic income is not going to be like that. I think universal basic income is going to be happening in the next 10 years. Because I mean, we're getting into the fucking that talk, but it's just one of those things where if we don't get in front of it, like it's going to fucking devastate us.
I don't think what's going to be devastated.
Every single fast food job, 90% of them gone. 90% of grocery store jobs gone.
Yeah.
90% of truck driving jobs gone. 90% of jobs gone. Period. When it comes to driving,
are you under? I'm not going to go down this road about, but trucking jobs will still be there. I'm sorry,
no, they will not.
In 10
Why
years,
would you possibly pay somebody? They make so much money. It's stupid how much money truck drivers make. And I understand it's a really.
I've known a lot of truck drivers, and they're dirt fucking poor. So I don't know.
They're fucking idiots. They are fucking idiots.
Yeah, if they're not owners, they don't make anything.
Yeah, if you own your own truck, maybe you can make some money. But people that actually work for a company and drive truck for a company, I've known a lot of them. So and they make a living, but they're not rich by any means. They're not. The
average truck driver salary is $48,890.
Okay,
that is more than twice what I make. So if they are dirt broke, it's because they're fucking idiots.
Why don't you go drive a truck?
Because I want to spend time with my family. I'm not saying it's an easy job. My dad was a truck driver.
Okay, but here's the deal. $50,000 right now isn't a lot of money.
Yeah. Then you need to move. You've even got the truck to do it.
That's about as much as a bus driver in the city makes.
Oh my God. You realize you have to live somewhere where there's a lot of freaking stuff being transported back and forth if you want to make money as a truck driver, right?
No, that's not how it works at all, Lance. You just have to be willing to go across the road. My dad was a truck driver, Lance. I know a thing or two about it.
I do too. And my experience comes from like the fact that I actually worked in companies that actually had truck drivers that worked for them. And also the fact that you have one case, was your father a rich man?
My father was, he was pretty well off. I mean, he had to pay child support, which dicked him, but he was pretty well off.
Wait a minute. So he had like a.
You use the words dirt poor, and I stick by my statement. If you are a truck driver, if you have a CDL and a job, and you are dirt poor, then you need to learn how to manage your money because you're a moron. Either that, or you need to move out of wherever you're living, which falls back to manage your money better. But don't make it sound like these people are poor. You know, they're not that well off.
$50,000 is barely low middle income now in this world. Yeah, it's not a lot of money. I mean, if you're a one income household, if you're married, have a couple kids, and you're the person making $50,000, you are not making a lot of money. So I mean, and that's just the plain honest truth of the situation. But my thing is that regardless to any of that, I mean, you're on this automated car thing, and maybe it's farther ahead than I think it is, but we are still a long ways off before we're going to have trucks driving down the road by themselves without anybody behind the wheel.
I don't know
we have them now.
I'm not talking about like the trucks and all that, but the automation, we do have to get behind that because a lot of people are losing jobs. So
I will say there's automation stuff, but now we have this groundswell of people saying, "I'm not going to use your automated. You're not going to use your automated tellers."
And how long is that going to last until there's millennials kick in?
So let me get this straight. So okay, so you consider yourself to be pretty liberal, right? Right, Forrest?
Yes.
Okay, so you want to protect people and protect their way to earn money and things like that, right?
Not when it comes to automation. I want us to completely embrace automation. Yes, okay, absolutely.
Okay, well, so right now you won't go and you will go use an automated teller, knowing full well that you might be putting people out of work.
110%, absolutely. Okay. I see them at my local McDonald's. I love them.
Okay, I mean that's fine. I mean that's just
because here's the thing, Lance. We're fighting against progress. Like it's not like this is a controversial thing. This is the way it's going to be eventually, and the quicker we embrace it, the quicker we can get ahead of the ball, the better our country is going to be.
See, here's another thing that really drove me crazy, and this is just the other thing, and this is completely hyperbole on my part, but so I have always heard. And this is, take this as well. I've always heard from my more liberal-minded friends how they're just like, oh, it's like, I want the government to pay for this for people, and I want the government to do this for people, and I want the government to be able to, and they believe in a lot of these assistance programs, right? So, and they're like, it's like, yes, they should tax me, take my money, use it for, to do these things. These same people that I know that they're of this lower mind were like the first people to get in line and talk about how much their tax return is less this year than the year before, and they're complaining that they're being taxed more. And I'm like, well, wait a minute.
Yeah. It's not going to the stuff they want it to go to. It's going to billionaires.
But how do they know? Is there a money trail that says here, this is your 17?
Yes, there is. It's a bill. It's a bill. There is a money trail, Lance.
It's
only going to get worse. More money is going to go to these billionaires based on that bill. So yes, there is a money trail.
What bill is this?
It was the 500. Jesus Christ! I need to look it up. It was the one that me and Anthony were arguing about a couple months ago.
Reform.
So, and I want you to delineate the money trail, the money trail for me, and tell me exactly which billionaire my tax.
Trump Towers. What happened to Anthony?
What?
What happened to Anthony? Oh, Rob.
He was in and then he was out. So I don't know.
I'm just really glad that Forrest is here to tell us not to use the brown acid.
Go with the light gray one.
Robert Oren. Who moved the rock?
Lance, you look fantastic. More like a swollen vampire. It's overripe. I don't know what's with the lights being out. And what the fuck did I just walk into?
You don't want to
know. Forrest is doing some political research for me right now to let me know where all my tax money is going to. He's going to tell me exactly which billionaire that he's going to track it down.
Lance, why are you so cynical about this? No. This is a legit question.
I have a legit.
No. I'm not done talking, Lance. I'm not done talking. I'm going to ask this full question. I'm going to shut my mouth. Why are you so cynical about the fact that the tax plan is going to be giving more money to billionaires and less money to the middle class and the lower class? Why are you so cynical about that? And I'm going to shut my mouth while I look up the information for you.
Well, I will answer the question once you've answered mine. I believe in there being an exchange of information. You don't get to ask.
Oh my God!
I'm waiting for my answer.
Okay.
I'm Rob Leibowitz taking a picture of a bunch of morons.
It's funny when Barry talks, I get to see my face in his computer.
Yeah, it is kind of weird.
I'm sitting in the wheelchair today. My back's bothering me a bit.
How you feeling, Barry?
I've been better. I've been worse.
Jeez.
Yeah.
You can't catch a break, bro.
No, I can't. I wouldn't know what to do if I could.
If it wasn't for bad luck, Barry wouldn't have any luck at all.
Yeah. Yep. So, Rob, I'm assuming because of your job, you don't talk politics. Yeah.
I just don't believe in politics because of what I know.
Yeah.
Could you send a drone over to Forrest's house if there isn't one already?
Oh, don't even get me started on drones. We need to be embracing drones like them. You want to talk about border security? The Republicans, they piss me off. Don't build a wall. You get drones. You get freaking drones. That saves so much money in the long run.
Put Hellfire missiles on them and just blow them up when they show.
No, you put tasers on them, and you have people that still work at computers, and every time one of these triggers goes off, they check to see if it's an animal or if it's actually people. You shine the light and you say, "Excuse me," in whatever language it is, step away from the border or we will tase you. I mean, this is not rocket science. Trying to put up a never mind. I'm looking for this tax bill, which I already found. I'm just trying to put it into a bite-sized chunk.
I believe in drones too. You keep on droning on, mother.
Yeah.
Let me tell you another thing. What about animal rights? What are you doing about that, Forrest?
I actually don't care that much about animals. Sorry,
What?
Tiger. No, that's one of the things I'm not progressive about. I could give two fucks about animals. I care about people. It actually annoys the hell out of my wife.
Holy cow. I bet you don't have any pets. They're all in the oven, aren't they?
Okay, here we go, Lance. This is what you're looking for. It is called the Tax Cuts and Job Acts. It passed on December 22nd, 2017. And what it did was it decreased the tax rates for the richest people down to 37%. It doesn't say what it originally was, but their tax rates have been going down, which essentially is just believing in trickle-down economics. Also, the corporate tax rate for businesses is going down from 35 to 21. Now, for everyone else, the people that don't make that much money, they went down slightly, but after 2025, everyone's tax rates are going to go back up. All the people's tax rates. You, me, Rob, Barry's, our tax rates are going to go back to where they were. But the billionaires, the super, super rich people, theirs are going to stay the same. And the corporate tax rates are going to stay the same. So what they're doing right now is saying, hey, we're going to give you guys a hand job real quick for a couple of years. But all these billionaires and all these big companies, we're giving them the real fucking deal forever. That's my issue with the tax bill. That's why I have so much an issue with the tax bill, because the money is going to the billionaires and the huge companies with the hopes that trickle-down economics is going to work for the first time in ever.
Where's my money going to go? Which billionaire is getting it?
They're all going to be
Koch brothers.
Dude, you know what? You're oh god damn it, Lance! I just told you exactly what's going to happen. Billionaires are getting tax cuts. You're getting tax cuts, but your tax cut is going away, and they get to keep theirs. So, what? How is that okay? Yes.
Is there no possibility for any politician to put forth another tax bill between now and 2025?
I have no fucking idea how it works. Because it's not just like it's a new tax one. I think they have to repeal this one and put in a new one or something.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure, since they're politicians, and generally they're pretty damn smart when it comes to this, it's probably not going to be that easy to just repeal it. But that answers the question.
I don't know what you guys are so worried about. The Huns will be here soon.
Don't worry.
Well, everybody's been telling me that in 12 years, we're not. If we don't fix the environment in 12 years, the world's going to end anyway. So,
yeah. I think what they said is it's going to get to the point where it's irreversible the damage we did. So let's not use hyperbole there, Lance. Now I feel like I succinctly answered your question. Can you answer my question now, Lance?
A great deal.
Can you answer my question now, Lance? I succinctly answered your question. I
asked. There was a part of the question I asked.
Every single billionaire is getting your money, Lance, because your tax rate goes away.
But it's such a small amount of money. Are they going to like divvy it up, like for like a pittance, like one 1/25th of a pittance each or something? I don't see why they want my money.
1/25th of a pittance spread over how many million people in America?
So
there's your answer to the question. Where's my answer?
Your question is, why am I so cynical?
No. That was not my question. I'm not giving you a bullshit cop out like that, Lance. I'm not giving you some generic general question. My question was, why are you so cynical? All right.
Okay. Hands off. You say it again.
Why are you so cynical when I told you this bill was going to be giving all the money to the billionaires? Why did you just laugh that off? Make some shitty joke.
Off. I mean,
yes, you did. Do we need to rewind?
Yeah, feel free. Ask Kabuki Kid to do so. My point is, it's like, why would it be any different than it has been forever? I mean, every single politician ever has either tried to line the pockets of the people that put them there, or done whatever they possibly can do to keep them in the same position that they're in. And
it has not always been like that, Lance. It has not.
It has
been like that the last 50 years.
What? For the last 50 years? You think that if you were under the impression that a politician does anything other than exactly what they need to do, with outlier exceptions, admittedly, but like politicians only do whatever it is they need to do to maintain their place in office, because of the fact that we don't have term limits or anything like that. So people are just like, oh, well, what do I have to do to stay in this nice cushy job? And basically like, oh, okay, what's my, they talk to their aides, what's my demographics say, what do they like, what do they don't like, how do I make sure that I please 50
Lance, that's a great answer to a question I didn't ask. So we get to the question, why were you so cynical about when I told you that it was going to the billionaires?
I'm cynical about politics in general, because I believe that every single politician has been bought and sold 10 times over. Our votes don't matter, and it never will matter. Because
no, you laughed about the tax bill. Like, I'm talking specifics. I'm not giving you a general question here, Lance.
Well, I'm talking generics, because if you think that this tax bill is anything new, it's nothing new. It's like
no, that's not the question, Lance. I asked why you were shrugging off and laughing about the fact that I said it was for billionaires. You're like, whatever, all these people. I was asking you specifically about this one particular bill. I'm not asking about generics.
Because every single tax bill, whether it has been
my God. Okay. Next topic. I'm just gonna get this generic bullshit over. Let's change it up, politics. You didn't answer the question, by the way.
I did. You just didn't like the answer.
No, you did. I asked you.
You never told me the exact billionaire that my money was going to either. So.
Oh, sorry. Every single one of them.
Can I have a listing of those, please?
Hey, Forrest. I'm going to simplify things a little bit for you. Since the dawn of man, okay, what is the one constant all the way to today?
Hookers.
No, only because, well, maybe because you pay in stone. But can you tell me what the one constant with mankind has been?
What's that?
Okay. Greed.
Yeah.
It's as simple as it comes. Greed. All right. And that hasn't stopped. So as this world has evolved and there's more and more people, and we're finding more and more ways to keep the elderly that normally would die off. Okay.
Yeah.
There's more and more greedy people. Okay. It's not going to change. And it gets worse. And you're partially right. The world is chewing away at itself. Think of 12 years from now. How many more people will be here because of discoveries? Somebody just found a cure for AIDS.
Yeah, I saw that. The bone marrow.
Yeah.
That's fascinating.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so now what? Nature has a way of trying to clean itself up. Okay, but we're getting to the point where we're trying to outsmart nature. We don't always win, but there's more and more people, more and more greed, more and more corruption, more and more of everything that we should fear. And we have no control over it. It doesn't matter what politician is in there. It doesn't matter whether you're left or you're right. The one constant is greed. Greed and hunger to destroy each other, because that's what we are. Natural selection. It's a word that has been around since people could speak. I'm the king of this particular rock. Yeah, well, I'm coming to take that rock. And that's just what it is. It's just more advanced, more complicated, more well thought out, and people lie. You could apply it to anything on this planet. You could apply it to the board game community, to anything. There is greed. There's always somebody that wants what you have, and they will do anything that they possibly can to take it. And I'm looking at the microphone when I should be looking at the damn camera. What a moron.
I do that all the time.
Yeah. These are the foundations that we cannot change through any kind of political agenda, because the millionaires have the way to take what you have and keep you down. Rebellions can fight back and maybe think they win some kind of victory, but somebody else rises up and takes everything away from you. That's just the way things are. I have another grandchild on the way. Okay? And I fear for every single thing that I told my children not to have children, because it just is getting worse. You read more and more about hideous things that happen, but they've always happened in one form or another. How violent were the 60s?
Yeah.
Okay, compared to right now, pretty even, right? It doesn't matter. It still falls down to the fundamentals of greed, corruption, and you have something I want, and if I can't get it, I'm going to find a way to get it. Why does a guy in prison, okay, turn out to be so? They're basically geniuses. They come up with ways that they can beat electronic locks with a plastic fork and aluminum foil. Greed, and the desire that if you want something bad enough, you will find a way to overcome it and take it. Politicians, maybe out of 100, there's one that maybe thinks he has the right thing in mind, but eventually they give up and they fall in line. This is just, it happened in Roman times. Look what happened to the Romans. And I can attest this to 100 different empires.
You were there.
Yeah, I definitely was. I definitely was. So listen to this old man when I tell you. Keep everybody close that you love. Do the best you can to face this thing called life, because like the movie says, nothing hits harder than life. It's how hard you can take those hits and keep moving forward. And you have to keep moving forward because you don't have any control. All you can control is what you have in your four walls, Forrest. That's all you can control. Make sure your kids are right. Make sure that you can somehow survive it and outthink others. Protect yourself from others. It's sad. You know, one of the things on my channel, and I'm not here to promote my channel, but all I talk about.
You have a channel?
Yeah.
Who are you?
Huh? Really?
How did you get this link?
Well, you must have mistyped. Okay, to 1-800, I'm a lot better than you. Okay, people actually watch my channel, but the thing is, I do everything I can to try to bring people together, whether it's through painting or whatever, or through the most simplest game, even reviewing tossed salad. But even though I do that, you even see it out there that there are those people that want to see you destroyed. Okay? There are people that don't want you to win. That's just life. And that's what this all comes down to. And what they do is they make you argue over something that is so trivial and means nothing. And you think it means something. But all they do is dangle the carrot and lead you one way when they're trying to corrupt something else the other way. That's what it is.
So my question is, Rob, and I understand that you're talking about like human nature. One of the things that I absolutely want, almost more than weed legalization, is money out of politics. No, like it's all
never happened.
No, I think if
It's
there's a
always
couple
been
of
there.
people who want to get rid of it, I mean, and it hasn't always been in there. Like
What people?
Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren.
Okay.
And I think, I think that's it actually.
Yeah, it's.
But I think, I mean, I agree with you on a lot of the things you said. I really do. And that's part of the things I don't want to believe it. I mean, I'll be brutally honest with you. Part of me wants to be an optimist, and I really do believe that the guy that I like.
Your heart is good, Horst, and that's the one thing I always liked about you. You really have a good heart. You really do. You want what you're passionate about, what you want, and you're passionate about things that you feel are right. And you know something? Some of those things are right. And you are saying all the right things. But the problem is you may believe in this one candidate, but why are they giving you that candidate? There's more to this than you'll never, ever know.
I think you said something really telling when you said eventually every politician gets beat down.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they do.
And I don't think that about Bernie Sanders. Like, he's 77 years old.
So what do you think they'll do?
What do you think?
How do you think they'll handle that if he doesn't buy in or conform? How have they handled it in the past?
They tried to they did give him the shaft. They did. The Democratic Party gave him the complete shaft. No. I mean, Trump
what if for some reason, okay, let's be real. For some reason, Bernie gets in. Okay, and Bernie wants to do all these things. What do you think happens to Bernie?
He gets blocked, which is why he would probably have to go with the state of emergency on a lot of things.
No, you're not even close.
Are you talking about assassination?
Sure.
I don't disagree with you, because the people that he's going against are the richest people in the world. So yeah.
And how do you stop the richest people in the world with $12 in your pocket?
You give that $12 to Bernie Sanders. I mean, that's about the only thing that I could say. I gave him $3 because that's what I could contribute, and I understand what you're saying, and I legitimately do believe that there would be a lot of people that would want him dead in that if he happened to win, because he wants to take money out of politics. He wants to take the money away from the billionaires. But I gotta believe. And Lance, I'm sorry I got so fired up. It's just I asked.
You're apologizing for something you don't have to apologize for.
No, yeah, but I want to explain it. Like, I felt like I gave you a very specific question, and I got generics. But I love talking about politics. You know that, right? And I respect everybody's opinion on politics. It's just I just get so fired up about it. I love talking about it. The same way I love talking about sports or video games or music or movies. It's just gets me all jazzed up. But I do want to apologize because I want to apologize even if it's not necessary, Lance. I'm sorry about that.
If I ever expect an apology, I'll ask. So
right. Fair enough. So I played Feast for Odin tonight. Holy shit, that game's amazing. I don't know if you guys talked about
Wow, games. You're a little late on that one, ain't you?
I am late on it, but God, that game's so good.
I'm trying to remember if I played it or not. I think I did. I'm trying to remember.
It was an insane amount of worker placement spots and a Tetris game board where you're pretty much just putting together Tetris pieces.
No, I didn't play that one then. So I was reading Aquaman hit $1 billion, and it seems like the DC universe is getting a little bit of steam. You know, Wonder Woman did pretty well. Aquaman did pretty well. Do you think if they stay away from like the Batman versus Superman type deal, you know, the Justice League, they'll do better with this universe if it's just like one-offs of each character?
Well, they came out and said they're going to be doing exactly that and going away from the whole expanded universe idea. But yeah, I think so because I mean, people love the Flash. I mean, if they could do Superman right, people like Superman. People love Batman. I mean,
see, Batman. I think they're just rolling Batman out too soon from the last reboot or revision of him. Yeah.
Well, the last revision was. I mean, most people would agree that those are some of the best superhero movies ever. So it was. Yeah. I mean, they were doomed to failure almost on that aspect. But yeah, I definitely think so. Because I mean, I wasn't that impressed by Aquaman, but it was a fun movie. But I think they're better off at that.
Yeah. Well, if it hit $1 billion, I don't. Money will talk there, but yeah, we'll see.
Follow the money.
Yeah.
How much did it cost to make Aquaman?
Oh, I don't know.
Ooh, let's take a guess. I'm going to guess 312 million.
250.
You think more? Yeah, that CGI was kind of insane on Aquaman. What's your guess, Lance?
Higher. I'm going Price is Right rules. You said 300.
Oh, bullshit. You going 313?
I'll go 313. Yeah. I'll go 315.
You got a guess, Rob?
I'm gonna say 350.
Wow! Ding, ding, ding! Roughly 350 to make and market worldwide.
Make and market. So if it's 350, the market is probably half of that budget. Yeah.
The sad thing about that is you go, oh my God, I made $1 billion worldwide. Okay. And 350 to make. All right. You got a really big star in this Momoa guy or
Jason
whatever. Momoa. Yeah. Okay. And it came out during a time when there was nothing else. So what do? They're going to, you know, I don't think the DC universe, they're so screwed up. They have no idea what the hell they're doing. They got lucky. First of all, the Wonder Woman movie was probably their best movie that they ever made.
Yes.
It was smart, put together well. Where's Darkseid? I mean, your best villain, he's nowhere to be found.
Well, I heard something about if Snyder was able to continue, there was stuff coming with him and a few other the Green Lantern Corps and a few other things. But
and how bad did they mess that one up? Green Lantern.
I'm gonna guess they were probably working towards that. Like, I don't think you just wait them out. I think they screwed that up with the Superman movie where it was where they did the death of Superman. I feel like you got to work up to that sort of thing.
You know what the problem? I mean, people love Superman, and he's a good hero and everything like that. But the biggest problem with Superman is he's not a hero.
No, he's a god.
He's not a hero because I love this other thing where people just denote people for just being heroes for nothing. Okay, what is the definition of hero? Okay, the definition of being a hero is somebody that faces some odds that are insurmountable. He does not have a chance to overcome them, but yet he faces them and overcomes them. That is the definition of a hero.
Yeah, I've heard that. That's why Superman's not brave.
Yeah, because you can't beat him. He doesn't have that villain, or they're trying to make that villain, but you don't. The only way you are sympathetic to a hero character is if he's facing something that you champion and you go, my God, this guy can't do it, and then he overcomes it. So he has to have that villain that you hate so much that you love that hero so much more. And that's why, you know, people love the Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, look, Batman even. Look at their rogue, their gallery of rogues. I mean, it's just things that there's no reason they should overcome them, yet somehow they find a way. And that's what Superman has suffered from for so many years. That's why DC for years was just this, oh, well, here comes that villain, sock, pop, and out they went. And I'm talking back in the 50s. Yes, I know I'm old. But
you are.
But then here comes Marvel, and they add the human element. They give you, you know, the hero has all these personal problems and all these other things, and then yet they also have to fight this villain that is just ridiculous.
Do you think the DC universe is too dark, like, or what they're portraying is too dark for mainstream?
I think the highlight of
I think it's so scattered.
The final what the hell's the name of the movie? The Justice League. I think the highlight of the Justice League, and I think most people agree with it, was the Flash. He was the comedic relief, and he was really good. And I was like, I want to see his movie. I want to see Marvel make his movie. Because so yeah, I think it is part of the problem. But I think you could point to the Batman.
They have the heroes. They have the heroes.
I think you can point to the Christopher Nolan Batman trilogy and say that was dark as hell too. But I mean, that was damn good. I mean, I think you just
why did it work? Because it was just so much insurmountable odds.
Yeah. Fair point. Yeah.
What do you think, Lance?
I've long thought that I've long thought that the problem with the difference between DC and Marvel is that DC has far too many omnipotent heroes. If you go up and down,
everything we just said.
Well, no, I mean, but it isn't just like, oh, Batman, but I mean Green Lantern. In the comics, he literally can do like anything you can think of. Dr. Fate can, you know, has enough power to stop the Earth, you know, and stop it from, you know, from moving. Superman, obviously.
Even the Flash. I mean, the Flash has an insanely amount of. He's insanely powerful as well.
The Flash. When he got the Speed Force, he was able to live in the space between seconds. Like that was like how they described how fast he was. The Atom. He was able to basically like you know, he could shrink down so small that like he was able to like basically fall through the earth and wasn't harmed by it because of his microscopic size. And it's just the DC universe, like I said, it's just filled with omnipotent heroes. And when you have omnipotent heroes, you have like, okay, so why do we even have people like Batman? You know, because you know it's like you know, there's a really great line from I forget the comic book series it was, but it was set in like a future kind of situation, and like Superman was approached Batman to have him help with this thing, and Batman had basically said, "Screw the rest of the world, I'm just going to make Gotham safe," and he was doing his own thing, and and Superman went to the Batcave to talk to him, and Superman was trying to get him to help, and he said, "You know, Clark, for a guy who can hear clouds scraping together, you certainly don't listen very well." And I mean, it was a great line because it was just kind of one of those things where it's like, you're this powerful, you don't need me, you know, so just, you know, leave me alone. And then not even Superman, but it's like, you know, it's like, okay, and Supergirl and, you know, Crypto the dog even had all the same powers and abilities. I mean, you just, you kind of just go, but so then you go over to Marvel. And it's like, and the big Stan Lee thing was, it was like you had these people that had these great powers, but they all had a fatal flaw. You know, they all, and it wasn't like, oh, I can't affect things that are yellow. It was something along the lines of, you know, like Spider-Man had all this power, but he was a completely insecure teenager who just didn't think he was anything.
It was human emotion.
Yeah, I mean, Iron Man was an alcoholic.
Anybody can relate to is human emotion, and that's what he put into it. Exactly, you hit it right on the head.
Yeah,
That's I'm a little bit worried about Captain Marvel for that reason. Like, I'm excited to see it this weekend because it's MCU, but like, I don't know how I feel about someone that powerful being
initial reviews have come back pretty positive, but there's also like a strange kind of like it's an okay movie vibe coming from a lot of people.
Well, I don't like. I mean, the character itself, like introducing that much power into it. Like, the same thing I was worried about with Thor. Like, I'm just worried if that's going to diminish the situations, kind of like what you guys were saying.
Well, look at Thor. Look what Stan Lee did with Thor. He made him so vulnerable, and so his weakness was Don Blake. You know, if he didn't hold on to that hammer for 60 seconds, he would revert to this crippled mortal. And how many times did that happen? And you were like, oh God, you know, just go grab that hammer, you know, and you know, it showed a side as well as, you know, his villains. I mean, geez, I mean, Satur, the Destroyer. I mean, they were way, way more powerful than the Mangog. If you ever read a trilogy, read that one. It's a creature made up of a billion people, of an entire civilization, and it was a punishment, and it was frozen in ice, and it came out, and it showed Thor's true colors, where he knew he was going to die. It didn't matter. He would just keep fighting to protect what he believed in so much. And that's where you can have a character like Superman, but how do you bring out that human emotion? Nobody really does it. Oh, I love Lois. Oh, big deal. You never get that feeling. You never get that feeling that he puts it all on the line. And that has been one of the biggest problems. Even in the Doomsday, the whole Doomsday thing where he died supposedly. It was good, but it wasn't great because you just didn't get behind him. And it's you know, that's the way I always felt about it. You know, I read that and I went, okay, but I still, when are they going to bring him back? You know, a month or two from now?
Well, it also throws off the shift of power, like with Zod and Doomsday and other characters that can actually go head to head with Superman. There's legitimately no other like superhero in the Justice League who say, "Oh yeah, Flash could take that. Flash could take down Zod. Oh yeah, let's throw Wonder Woman."
If you want to, both Captain Marvel and Wonder Woman have shown that they can defeat because they have magic based powers, and Superman can't. He's susceptible to magic. So
yes.
Captain Marvel, Shazam, Captain Marvel for certain. He took out Superman in many situations. A couple times, the only reason Superman was able to beat him is because, well, Captain Marvel is Billy Batson, a 13-year-old boy.
No, I meant the bad guys. Superman's bad guys. Like,
when do you think Superman was at his best in the comics? Has anybody followed Superman through the years?
The Man for Tomorrow,
by John Byrne.
Yeah, that was a good. Yes. That was a good.
Because they brought down all his powers, and that's where you got the thing for magic that you just talked about. Okay, yeah. John was brilliant because he basically said everything I just said. He said he's too powerful. It doesn't make sense. I love Superman, but we have to make him more relatable to everybody. And that's what he did. And then they took and they butchered that, of course. But there you go.
There was a miniseries called Superman Red Sun.
Yes.
It was very good.
He was Russian immigrants or something
yeah,
like that.
yeah. He landed in Russia instead of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
And there was also another one that was, I forget what it was called, and it really humanized Superman, and he like it basically retold his origin story and stuff like that, and they um, I'll remember the final scene and the entire thing. So Lex Luthor is doing his Lex Luthor thing, trying to defeat Superman. And and the way he tries to defeat him is he actually is able to because of time, space, and whatever. He's actually able to reach out and talk to Krypton, even though Krypton's long since gone. But he's actually, because of time, space, you can kind of when we look up at the sky, we're looking at lights from stars that have gone out millions of years ago. But
did you ever see a planet that so many people escaped from?
Well, yeah, but anyway, so he's talking to Krypton. Krypton hasn't exploded because he can go through space, time, whatever, and so he's getting Krypton technology, and he's using it to defeat. Superman. So at the very beginning of it, they show the classic Krypton exploding thing, and you see Kal-El's parents, and they're talking, and they said, he's like, I'm going to send him to Earth, or this planet that I know exists, and when he reaches there, he will have powers, and he'll be able to be safe, and that's why he's sending him there. He isn't sending there for any reason other than the fact that he just wants to make sure that his son will be safe. And his mom is like, well, how will we know? And he's just like, he'll never know why we did this. He'll never understand. And he said, well, we'll just have to hope, and then the thing takes off, the planet explodes, and his parents die. So, she even says, we'll never know if he actually made it. And he's like, oh, we'll just have to have faith or whatever. So at the very end of the whole comic book thing is he goes into Lex Luthor's lab or whatever, and he's fighting and, almost getting beaten, of course, and he overcomes, and he makes it into the little spot, this telescope esque thing that Lex Luthor's been using, and he's been duping his own father into giving him technology so he can fight, and he actually is seeing the destruction of Krypton, and he sees his parents, and they're at this console, and they're actually because of the time space over, they've launched Superman into space to save him, and they're watching, and the planet is crumbling, and he comes to the scene, and he sees his mom say the exact same line you saw in the very first issue, where it was, how will we know he's safe? We'll never know if he's okay. And you see Superman, he's like, I made it, Mom, I'm okay. And that's the last thing they see before they die. And it's just and it was the most humanizing moment for Superman. And then he says it, he's like, I would have killed you, Lex, but I got to say goodbye to my parents, so I'm not going to. And it was a really well written story. I was like, it had that aw moment that normally a Superman story doesn't actually kick you in the feels, but that one did. Because that's the biggest thing. You have to humanize, Clark, and make him into something that's real. There's a really good one where there's just this moment with Pa Kent, and they're working on the farm, and his dad and him are watching a sunset, and he says, do you think you'll ever get bored of seeing that? And he's like, no, son, and I hope I never do. And it's just it's just oh, it's a really this is a guy that can fly to Saturn in a blink of an eye, but he's taking a moment to actually look at a sunset and admire its beauty. So it's just, you have to humanize Superman to make you care about him, and most writers don't do it.
No, not at all.
I still remember people would do write-ins to comic books, and they'd write in and ask questions, and say, oh, who would win in a race between Flash and Superman, those kinds of things. And the answer to that one is Flash actually wins, because he's actually able to dematerialize himself, and he can go through things, whereas Superman can run probably faster, but he can't do that. He has to go around buildings. But anyway, so one of the question was, how much weight can Superman lift with his tongue? They asked, and the answer was the same amount Superman can lift with any of his muscles. as much as he wants to. And that's how strong Superman was. Yeah, it was just like, wow, you know, it's just like,
well, you just made it stupid.
yeah, you just made it dumb.
It's like, God, and the thing is, it just makes me like the Hulk even more. It's like, because the Hulk, you know, in theory, is there's no amount of power he doesn't have if he gets angry enough, but he has to be under extreme duress. And like the Superman, oh yeah, he could lick up this car, he could lick up this semi. Just
that's my secret, Cap. I'm always angry.
What's the thing with the Hulk though is that he's so psychologically damaged. Bruce Banner is so psychologically damaged from his parents and other things in his life that it affects the Hulk. So it doesn't matter how strong you are if you are not capable of handling that strength. It's no good to you, and that's what makes the Hulk so great.
Still waiting for his movie. I think he could do a hell of a movie with the Hulk.
Oh, they could do a better job than what they've done.
Well, they just butcher it every time. And like, I thought Edward Norton was a great actor, but it's just I didn't like the movie itself.
Nah.
Yeah.
It was shite.
I don't think we'll see a Hulk movie. Just because of the licensing.
Well, they've swung and missed. What now? 3 times? Is it 2 times or 3 times?
Yeah.
I think it's 3.
I don't know. Do you think the Hulk can hold a 2-hour movie by himself?
As long as you're focusing on Bruce Banner, a lot of it.
That's a good point.
I mean, Bruce Banner's a really interesting character. It's just, I mean, you can't just go Hulk the whole time. You gotta, let's see, 2003, the Hulk. The Ang Lee one. Yeah, it's the Ang Lee one.
Yeah, Ed Norton was in the late 90s, right?
Let's see, Hulk. Incredible Hulk in 2008. The Death of the Incredible Hulk, a TV movie. Yeah, I think there was 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was
I
only
definitely
2.
think he can hold a 2-hour movie, no problem. I mean, it's just, yeah, it's unfortunate.
You can't get it written well.
I think Mark Ruffalo could be a great guy to do a 2-hour Hulk movie too. I mean, I really like his portrayal of the Hulk. It's just got to get the right script.
Yeah.
Well, I heard that the last Thor movie was pretty much almost a Hulk movie in some ways.
Have you not seen Ragnarok?
Not yet.
Oh,
I wouldn't go that far. The Hulk was in it a good bit.
Right.
No, I've got to see a bunch of. I've got with work and everything else. I haven't had a chance to see them. I did go see the Avengers, the latest Avengers movie, but I'm just going to have a weekend. I have to catch up with Doctor Strange, Black Panther, and
Ant-Man
and Thor. Yeah, and the second Ant-Man and Wasp.
I will say that the Thor Ragnarok is probably my first or my second favorite MCU movie, and it's a good self-contained.
I know it's going to be good. They actually, they changed a lot of it because it was supposed to be Planet Hulk. Basically, what they were.
God, that's the movie I want. Planet Hulk.
That's what they should have done.
Yeah, they couldn't.
Well, because of the Silver Surfer.
Yeah.
Screw you, Fox. Screw you, Fox.
Wasn't Spider-Man a big part of that too?
That was Sony, wasn't it? Yeah, that is one. So weird. Like, do you guys actually I had to read an article about it, but the current licensing they have between Sony and Marvel is just insane. Yeah. So Sony is still making a Spider-Verse, Spider-Man movies, but the catch is they cannot have Spider-Man in the movies. So there's going to be Venom. There's probably going to be they're doing a Craven movie. They're planning all these movies.
They're doing a Craven movie?
They're doing a Craven movie without Spider-Man. Like, the whole point of Craven is that he hunts Spider-Man because he runs out of stuff to hunt. It's just it's
the ultimate prey.
It just cracks me up.
It was never about anything evil or taking over, and getting a whole bunch of money or stealing this, that, and the other. It was hunting prey that because he was just able to hunt everything and capture everything, and it was the ultimate prize, Spider-Man. Jeez. They just find ways to screw more damn things up.
I will say though, the animated movie was really good. I took my son to that. That was his first superhero movie he's ever seen. They knocked that out of the park.
Yeah,
Are they doing another Fantastic Four movie, supposedly? Or talking about it?
I don't know. I really was hoping they just give
Hmm.
that license to freaking Marvel already so we can get Johnny Torch and the Thing in the MCU.
Mm-hmm.
Get that
Well,
epic Thing versus Hulk showdown, which inevitably is going to come in one of those Avengers movies.
People would lose it if you ever saw that. Thing versus Hulk.
It's clobbering time, baby.
Yeah.
Oh, so many possibilities.
That's another moment. And I'm talking back in the 60s. The Thing has never beaten the Hulk. Never. And there's a reason for it. Hulk's just stronger. Hulk's bigger and better. But there was this time that they were fighting, and it was the first time they fought. And, Ben Grimm said, I'm going to go at it. I'm going to take this guy out. I'm going to show him who's tough, who's the real deal. And he lost. And he picked himself up, and he goes, my God, that's never happened to me ever. And he picks himself up, and he gets himself back into the fray to try to stop the Hulk. So all the Avengers, the Fantastic Four, Daredevil, everybody's trying to stop him because he's just on such a rampage. And it's just the moment that, oh my God, I'm defeated. I've been beaten. Well, what do I do now? Well, I throw myself back in there until I'm not breathing. And that's the definition of a hero. Marvel always knew how to do it. Screw DC.
I will say, I think they did it good with Batman, though. I think Batman.
No, absolutely. They're some of the best stories you'll ever read are Batman stories. Because people get it. The Long Halloween was ridiculously good.
What was the one after Long Halloween? It was Long Halloween, and then
The Short Christmas.
No.
Killing Joke.
Average Thanksgiving.
Hanukkah.
No, because Bruce Timm and I can't think of the writer right now, got together and did Long Halloween, and then they did a follow-up. I think it was called Dark Victory. I think it was what it was called.
Yes, you're right. Actually, it was Dark Victory, and then also they also did Spider-Man Blue.
Yeah, Spider-Man Blue, Hulk Gray, and Daredevil Yellow.
Yep. Those are tremendous.
Speaking of heroes, that's who I want a movie. I want my Daredevil movie.
You did, Ben Affleck.
You know what? I actually liked that movie, but yes, I want like a new MCU one because I love his character. Oh, they're planning a Silver Surfer Origins movie as of 3 days ago. Interesting.
Nothing
on the Fantastic Four though.
Well, that means Galactus.
Maybe.
Yeah. That could easily connect in with the next Avengers big baddie.
Well, so they're going to have to reboot though, because well, I'm going to say right here, you heard it here first. Captain America dies.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, wait,
no way he lives. No, he does not live through this Avengers movie.
I will say I agree, but I really hope I'm wrong because that would be the ultimate swerve.
I don't think Robert.
No, he dies He dies reversing everything with the Infinity Gauntlet.
Something along those lines, like sacrifices himself.
No, that's what happened. Actually, the Nova Corps plays a big part, and they are dying. They are scaling back Captain Marvel's role in it. That's why they shot it 4 times.
Really?
Yeah, because they were afraid she's not going to make it.
No.
I'm not against that. I kind of, because I feel like that's what really ruined the Justice League movie, was there was never tension, because it's like, oh, Superman's going to come here and he's going to kick the shit out of him. Like, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And I worry they're going to use Captain Marvel a little bit like that too. But yeah, I'm kind of glad about that.
The dumb thing about the new Avengers thing is going to be that because there's people that are just like, they're done, right? Like Chris Evans is basically like, I had my run and I'm not coming back, you know? You know, Robert Downey Jr. is getting too old to keep playing Tony Stark. You know, I mean, he's in better shape than me, but he's still just. You know,
all they need is his head now.
Is that the barometer?
Yeah.
Well, no, it's just like, who am I to say you're too old to do a role?
Oh, I got
you. You know,
all they need is his head now, Lance. They could green screen the suit and everything else on him. All they really need is his face.
That's a fair point with Samuel L. Jackson and that Captain Marvel. Like, that's nuts. He looks young.
See, you know, the thing about it though is that the Captain Marvel movie, which is okay, the problem with the Captain Marvel movie has nothing to do with the fact that it's a woman. It has nothing to do with the fact that they chose who they chose to play her. It's the fact that, you know, it's like nobody's really gonna care that much about it, because it's like she is like a completely, like, she is really unknown. The hero that is Captain Marvel is a really, really unknown character. You know, and I mean, it's like when you tell somebody Captain America, they're like, oh yeah. You know, when you say the Hulk, you're like, yeah, Spider-Man. Oh yeah, sure. They know who you're talking about. When you say Captain Marvel, they're like, DC? Like Shazam?
Okay,
No.
I was going to say, because you can make the same argument up with Shazam, and I'm super stoked for Shazam.
Now, do you think that's your generation readers?
No, I agree with
the new generation.
The Captain Marvel comics have never been good sellers. I mean, the fact that Doctor Strange did as well as it did was stunning to me, because I still am. Doctor Strange is probably my most favorite comic book of all time. It was just the fact that it was completely outside the spectrum of normal Marvel stuff. You know, he was always going to weird dimensions and doing crazy stuff and like all these things going on. And I just love the fact that it was just, you know, it was very, very Jack Kirby-esque and just very, very out there and strange and you know, and the fact that but it never sold well. I mean, it did okay, but it never was like a huge market on it. And the fact that Doctor Strange, I think, one, is a testament to the actor who portrayed him. He really just embodied the role, and it's just, you know, and they didn't do a Doctor Strange 2, not yet anyway. I'm trying to think. No, they haven't.
No,
So,
it's coming. It's coming.
It is coming. I mean, it's just because, but I mean, that first movie was really good. That first Doctor Strange movie was like a great origin story movie, and I was like,
that was Steve Ditko and
he's a busy man, that Cumberbatch.
yeah,
that was Steve Ditko and Stan Lee that did Doctor Strange.
yeah, and he was just a really cool character. One of my favorite moments in all, I mean, I have so many, like when I read comic books, like laugh out loud, like that is hilarious, was, I think I've told this story before, but in the Hulk like around, this is horrible that I know this, but Hulk, I think issues like 282 to about 298 up to about 300, the Hulk was part of this like group called the Pegasus Group or something like that.
Yeah.
And
it's Pegasus, yeah.
Yeah, or Achilles or something like that. It was basically like this weird secret society that he basically got drafted into to run, and he did it. And Dale Keown did the run. And in that same run, Rick Jones was going to get married to this woman. I think her name was Marla or something. I don't remember. But Marlo, but she ends up being murdered by this crazy psychotic woman who like is convinced that she's like Rick Jones's mom, but she was just actually just crazy, and she ends up murdering her. And so then Rick Jones goes on this quest to basically like, I want to bring her back to life. And so he's going to like these different people, like he goes to Reed Richards, and what can you do? And he goes to Doctor Strange, and he's like, oh, Rick, you know, how can I help you today? And he's like, well, you know, I heard about your loss. It's dreadful. It's horrible. I'm so sorry. And he said, yes, well, here's the deal. I want you to bring her back to life. And he's like, what are you talking about? And he's like, well, I just, you know, I mean, I want her to bring back life. He's like, Rick, it's not like her soul was like stolen by a demon. I mean, if that was the case, yeah, sure, we'd go on the trip right now. We'd try to take care of this, but I can't just bring somebody back to life. And he's like, yeah, but I was dead, and I came back to life. So why can't she? And he's like, well, Rick, you're not listening. He's like, you, Steven, you were dead once. You came back to life. And he's like, Rick, you're not listening to me. And then there's that his manservant Wong or whatever walks by, and he's like, did you ever die and come back to life? And he's like, well, if you must know. And he's like, 3 out of 3 people in this room alone have died and come back to life. And you're telling me you can't do the same for my fiance. I was just like, that is, because remember the old saying, nobody stays dead but Bucky. And now not even Bucky. So, you know, because nobody does. Nobody stays dead. Well, I'll say this. In Ultimate Spider-Man, Peter Parker stayed dead because Ultimate Spider-Man, I think, is done. Like, they canceled the Ultimate Universe, and they never brought Peter back to life. If I remember correctly. I could be recalling that incorrectly, though.
No, you're right.
Did you see Into the Spider-Verse?
I'm going to say this. You know what? I'm going to get political. I'm going to get a little political here. So, what if Captain Marvel is just an okay movie? And I'm just saying, and I'm not saying like you know, I'm just saying in general, it's an okay movie. Like, I'm talking like Thor 2 okay movie. You know, like you into it, you're like, yeah, okay, that was a movie. You know, you didn't really want to run out and watch it again. But you know, it was just kind of like, okay, I watched. And
I like where this is going.
Yeah.
We're getting real talk here. We're getting some fucking real talk going.
What if it's an okay movie, but we feel like we have to say it was better than it was because of the fact that we really want to have like a strong female role. And I want the movie to be great, because why wouldn't I want a movie to be awesome? But I thought Wonder Woman was an above average movie. I really did.
Really?
I did. I thought it was as far as the DC. If it isn't a Christopher Nolan, you know, like Batman, and it isn't a like Superman 1 and 2, you know, because like Christopher Reeve Superman and Superman 2, those were really good movies. They're dated now, but they were really well done. And I thought Wonder Woman was a good movie. I was entertained by it. I thought, you know, and it definitely was like better than most of the other DC crap that's come out. But I don't know. And once again, maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe I just have an unpopular opinion, much like my Last Jedi opinion, where like a lot of people say the movie was amazing, and I don't think it was. I thought Wonder Woman was above average. But I saw people say repeatedly over and over again, this movie's amazing. This movie's just the best movie ever. This movie's awesome. I can't believe how great it is. But then, like, when you got into the review, like, they were talking a lot about how great it was that you had this strong female lead. And it was just kind of like, well, okay, it's one thing for you to say, I'm really glad we have a movie that has a strong female lead, which I agree. We should have tons of movies that have strong female leads. And it should be something that, because, you know, I have a daughter. I want her to grow up in a world where, like, she feels that she can be anything she wants to be, and she's just as powerful and just as important and just as amazing as anyone. Be it another woman, be it another man, whatever. But are we going to force ourselves to think that something is better just because of that? Or should we just say, what about the story? What about the cinematography? What about how well was the movie edited? How well did they convey the story to me? And to be fair, like, I thought like Dances with Wolves was a very long slog of a movie. I could tell it, but there was a lot of people that are like, oh, it's like, you know, it tells this other story about a minority, about the Native Americans. And so, like, and it elevates it a little bit. I mean, like, go back to like if they're called Oscar bait movies, right? They, and it's just like this most recent Academy Awards. Like everybody was just like, oh well, how this the movie that won Best Picture was an Oscar bait movie because it was about racism and about things like this.
Green Book is actually damn good too.
Well, but if you listen to some people that critique it, they're like, oh, it's once again the white hero that has to make it okay for the African American. The African American can't elevate himself, right? It has to. He needs the white hero to make his life better. And I understand that viewpoint, but so I have a real problem with like disseminating. Like, are we in such a rush? I mean, okay. And once again, I'm going to go back, and I want one of you guys to chime in here, and I'd love to see. I'm going to actually turn on the comments here because I've been looking at the comments and see what people are saying. But like,
get to the point. What's the question?
Get
the fuck
out. What about what about if we go to the Ghostbusters movie with the female leads? Now, I didn't like that movie very much. I went to it with my daughter because my daughter is a huge Ghostbusters fan. I remember having her watch the first Ghostbusters with me when she was like 6, and she watched it like probably 20 times. And she just thought the movie was just amazing, thought it was hilarious. We still make the joke, the flowers are still standing. We just like make this, she quotes the movie to me, just loved it, right? We go to, she saw the trailer for us. She was like, this looks cool. Let's go see this movie. She's super excited. About 45 minutes into the movie, she taps me on the shoulder. This movie's horrible. Can we leave? And I was like, this movie is not good. I mean, I was just like, okay, I'll just get to the movie. Just because you go to a movie and you're like, okay, this movie's kind of dragging. But I mean, it wasn't anything to do with the women that were doing it. It was just like the story was horrible. Yeah, I mean, the jokes were like, I mean, the classic bad joke I always reference is the joke where it's like, hey, I just saw some guy selling such and such out in the street. What kind of moron would buy that? And then cue the 3, 2, 1. The guy comes in with holding 17 of the shitty thing on the street. Oh, look what I found. Just like, so you're like, that's the thing where you're like, where it's just like, that was the kind of humor that was in that thing. It was like you could see the stuff coming before it happened. It was really, really poor writing, and I just didn't enjoy it. And I made her sit through it. I was like, I paid $25 for us to be here, plus another $15 for popcorn. You're gonna sit here and we're gonna watch it. I didn't go and steal a bucket of popcorn like Forrest would do and get it filled up.
Sucker.
Gotta love the effort.
And it's just
greed.
But
greed. Yeah, greed.
But we had all these people like saying, "Oh, this is the greatest movie ever. Oh, it's just hilarious. Oh, it's just like," and it's like, really? Were you watching the same movie? I mean,
wait, who is saying that? Well, I want to jump in on the 2 things.
Go ahead. I jumped all around.
Wonder Woman and with Ghostbusters, I think you have to do a lot of comparison. So let's take the DC extended universe up until the point of Wonder Woman, Man of Steel, Dawn of Justice, Suicide Squad. And I really like Suicide Squad. But
Suicide Squad was a paint by numbers movie, though.
I still like it. I love those. I love bad guy collabs. But Wonder Woman, I think, is better than all those movies by a substantial margin. So I think that played into it. But yes, I think there is going to be a real problem. The same people that didn't like Black Panther were scared to be called racists. And it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Like, I know that I'm going to go see this movie with my wife, and I'm excited to see this movie with my wife. And if I get online and on Facebook and I say, man, really disappointed with Wonder Woman, there's going to be people who think I'm a sexist, no matter what I say with it. If I give like a point-by-point critique of it, that's still going to be, the too long didn't read. And it is what it is. I mean, there's nothing we can do about it. And it's especially with how they marketed the movie. Like they said, this is a feminist movie, and I like Brie Larson a lot. I think she's a great actress. But
So is Barney Rubble.
It's just kind of the thing where it's like the way they're setting it up. It's like you like it, or some people are gonna think you're a sexist. So yeah, I agree with you. And it's not cool. It's shitty. That's the way that it is. But
see, I thought Black Panther was good, but when I had people like saying, "Oh, it should win Best Picture," I was like, "Really?" Just like,
yeah, I didn't think it was great. I will say, I think Michael B. Jordan. I think he was the best MCU villain that we've had yet. Even and what's his nuts? Claw guy. I thought he was fantastic too.
What's his nuts?
I like Black Panther. Bad guys more than Black Panther.
Let me think on that for a second. I want to see if I can think of a better villain in all the other ones. Let me think of that with all the other movies. I'll say this: I did like what they did with him up until like he revealed his master plan, and it was just kind of like, so really, that's like you're like, I'm gonna take all this technology and then we're gonna like wage war on the world or something. You know, I was just like, that's kind of a dumb plan. And I'll say this too: where Black Panther failed for me, it failed for me in like it telegraphed a few too many things. Like I really dislike like comments that are made during a conversation that people are having that have like nothing to do with what they're talking. So it's an obviously foreshadowed moment that will come back to light later in the movie.
Yeah,
like
smoking gun.
Yeah, like if somebody says, "Oh, that's where that new factory's being built over there." Well, there must be a gunfight in the new factory at some point later in the movie or something. It's like that whole thing with like when he wasn't able to beat him or whatever, and like there was like the weird like cars or the trains that moved, and like, oh, that's the temporal field or whatever. They talk about, oh, well, that's must come into play later, and that's what he used to defeat him in the end because it was able to like turn off his armor or whatever. He was able to hurt him. So it was like that stuff existed in the movie, which I didn't really appreciate. What I also didn't like was like you're supposed to like, okay, so he kills him and throws him off the cliff, and I'm like, it was like that, like, okay, once again, taking a step back, there like the movie Die Hard, like great movie, Bruce Willis, whatever. He gets beat the hell out of. But if you remove yourself out of the movie, if you remove yourself out of the feeling that it gives you of like tension and worry for the hero, like you're like, wait a minute, there's absolutely no way Bruce Willis isn't going to win. Like, you know, it's like, okay, now I've just lost the tension of this movie. The movie somehow did not keep me connected with like my feeling for the hero and my worry for the hero. So now you've lost me, and now like a major part of the movie is gone. When you kick, you know, him off the cliff or whatever to his doom, like that clicked off for me. I was just like, oh, you know, like the battle between him, and I was like, okay. And then I was like, even though in my back of my head, it's like, well, he's got to lose this, right? And there must be some way he loses this fight or something like that. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh, so he's dead. I was like, well, no, he can't fucking be dead. You know, it's like you're gonna find him somewhere, and he's gonna come. And all of a sudden, I was out. I was just.
It's interesting you said that. Me and my wife had this exact conversation, and I argued that I think the best thing they could have done in this movie would be that Michael B. Jordan was Black Panther. Like if it was a swerve, it was like, oh, Michael B. Jordan is actually Black Panther. I think that would have been the most amazing thing they could have done. That would have been incredible. People would have been talking about that nonstop. Like, because I'm not a big fan of the actor they got. Like, I just don't think I'm a big fan of Black Panther in general. But I think Michael B. Jordan. I got a man crush on Michael B. Jordan. I think.
So I'm thinking about. I think Loki was a better villain, even though he was kind of a hero too.
Ooh, yeah. It's hard to top Loki.
But Michael B. Jordan only got one movie, and he will only get one movie, so it's kind of tough to.
Show.
Loki had a good body of work, you know, to have.
Yeah, did you hear Barry? He's getting his own show. I saw they announced that. That's
It was Loki.
like a pre like they're what is he gonna play?
It's
That's
a
my daughter
Disney's
is Loki.
pay thing.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Wow.
What is he gonna be?
It's a show.
On that headpiece, if you can't
Like
believe it.
I made that.
Nice headpiece.
I made that.
You made
Really?
no, I'm not even looking at the screen. What did you make?
That's an awesome, good shit there, Rob. That's like that headpiece. That is money.
We took so much time building that
It
Loki,
shows. It really does show. That is an awesome headpiece.
she had the Tesseract.
So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I actually finally watched Ant-Man and the Wasp the other day because it was on Netflix. It was okay.
Yeah.
Nothing.
See, and that's my favorite. That one in Thor and Ragnarok.
I like Ragnarok. Ant-Man and the Wasp was
Ant-Man and the Wasp was just kind of like it was also way too like let's tie everything up in a little package at the end.
Yeah.
Fair point.
There was no real.
Hey, I will catch you guys later. I got a long day tomorrow.
Today, you mean?
Today, excuse me.
All right. Good night, Robert.
All right. Good night, guys. Take it easy, Forrest. Take it easy, baby.
No, I think that I'm trying to think here. So my opinion is like Thor Ragnarok was a really, really good movie. I mean, it was basically it's like how like Captain America Civil War was like Avengers 3.5 or whatever.
War.
Yeah.
Oh, so good.
Yeah, Civil War was really good. The first Avengers movie was stupendous. Second Avengers movie was just like, man, did you fuck up Ultron? Like Ultron could have been so much better as your villain, but it was like they didn't do it right. It was kind of dumb. Civil War, first Captain America was really good, like really good. Like, I mean, just really good origin story for him. Obviously, the Fantastic Four movies were shit. Some of the X-Men movies were good. Some of them were crap.
Logan was good.
Logan was very good.
Yeah.
Well, it's not MCU though, is it?
Well, it is
Technically
technically now because of the fact that like they're allowing them to work. I mean, if you're gonna go,
Ooh, there you go. Just best Superman villain portrayal ever.
oh well, Zod. No. Crap.
It's the kind of thing there where it's like Heath Ledger. It's like,
Well, I mean, let's
he died. And that makes it,
Here. This is so the best villain would be Gene Hackman's Lex Luthor. 'Cause he chewed the scenery in every scene that he was in. It was just he was go back and watch it. He's so good. And there's so many moments that and if you watch his facial reactions, the situations, and just everything is so good. I do remember like when he comes in and like in Superman 2 and he's like talking to him about like he's like and he's telling General Zod and he's like and Zod like Terrence Stamp says, why do you say these things when you know that I will kill you for doing so? And he's like, well, you really want to kill the man who has Superman's address? And he's just like, and like, what do you want? And he's like, oh, my dad always said, buy land. They're not making any more. He's like, so what is your price? And he's like, Australia. and then later on, he's like, and Zod goes, Lex Luthor, ruler of Australia. What do you say? Oh no, yeah, you have to go Gene Hackman, and in the first Superman too, he was great.
I don't think you have to go. I think that plays a little bit to your.
What's better then?
I'm.
That isn't the Joker and Heath Ledger.
Okay, I think you can make an argument for Jack Nicklaus Joker. He was spectacular.
There's a lot of people that say he was the better than Ledger.
I don't know if I'll go that far, but I haven't watched that movie in a long time. I might go that far.
It was different time
too.
Yeah, comic books like that was dark, but it wasn't as dark as some of these newer ones are. And that was more comic-y, you know.
And Nicholson got top billing in that movie.
Yeah.
Like literally, it was like it was like starring Jack Nicholson, and then it was and you know, I mean, that was like the first name that popped up.
Yeah.
So
And then Michael Keaton.
Michael Keaton. And
Did you hear about Prince's estate? What they wanted to do?
no,
A developer wanted to go in there and put in housing, and they're trying to block it because of trees and stuff like that, environmental stuff. And he wouldn't want that done. Yeah.
Huh.
I'm unfamiliar, but who knows? Well, I don't know. The first trailer for Game of Thrones came out. It was kind of a whole lot of nothing.
That was so damn dark. I thought it was my phone.
Yeah. It's like I couldn't see anything. Yeah. But that's coming up soon, man. April.
Wake me when it's April 14th, and I'll download it and I'll fucking flip out with everybody else. But until then, I don't want to read any more theories. I don't want to. Like, I watch like breakdowns. People like, oh, there's like at the 13-second mark, you can see this. Like, I don't want to do that. I want to go into it fresh. I watch it Monday afternoon with my buddy every day. We download it, we watch it. I'm not gonna get on any social media that Sunday night. I just want it so bad.
You know, I finally got around to watching the last 2 episodes of The Haunting of Hill House for a series on Netflix that started so promising. Man, that movie just petered out at the end.
It did.
Really? I've heard nothing but good things about it.
And it starts off creepy as F. Yeah. But I mean, and it makes you think, but then it just kind of gets dumb at the end. And I'll say this, man, was True Detective season 3 started off with like a frickin' like a bullet from a gun, and then by like episode 6, it was just limping towards.
I did hear that. I did hear that actually.
Oh, it was just like come on. I mean, it was like I watched the last 2 episodes just so I could get them done with. Honestly, I mean, for like the first 6 episodes, I was like, oh man, I can't wait to watch it. You know, and just like I was so excited, you know. And then like Sunday would come and it's like, come on, I want to watch it. I remember they released like episode 3 or 4 the Friday before the Sunday for people that wanted to watch it online. I was like, yes, I'm gonna watch this early. And then like I literally forgot about episode 7. I was just like, oh yeah, there was an episode last night. I should go watch that. And I was just like, and then like episode 8, I was just like, fine. You know, it was, yeah, I will go spoiler free, but I mean, yeah, it was like the marathon runner that broke their legs in the last mile and they just crawled and heaved their way towards the finish.
So is it like a single event, or is it just like in general? Let me think of how I can put this without giving anything away, because I don't want to give anything away about any of the storyline. It's something where oh man, there was a really, really good quote on Twitter about it that somebody made the joke. And they said, it was like somebody perfectly said, season 3 starts out like season 1, but ends like the longest episode of Murder, She Wrote you ever watched.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, you can read into that however you want. I mean, I'll say this, there is like this one final shot that's perfect. And I really appreciated the artistry of that final shot. And it was still miles above season 2 of True Detective. So, you know, I appreciated the fact that they kind of pulled it out of the wreckage. But yeah, I was really disappointed now that it ended. I was so disappointed. I went back and I just watched all of season 1 again, because season 1 is so fucking good.
Did they have in the lead on that first season again?
McConaughey and Woody Harrelson.
Yeah,
Right.
I gotta go watch that eventually.
Oh, it's so good, dude. I mean, it's
I've
like,
heard nothing but good things, and I love Woody Harrelson and McConaughey.
it's 10 episodes of just absolute brilliance. I mean, and it's like literally those two embody their roles so perfectly. It's just like, yeah, I there's no way for me to really like it, I mean, it's just like, and every time I watch it, I catch something new, and I'm just like, as far as the way they do it, it's just, yeah.
Now, is there a valid plot reason why there's different lead actors every season?
It's just
Yeah.
it's
Different cases.
different cases, and they don't like tie together,
Oh, so these are just 3 completely different seasons of
Yeah.
following.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like an anthology, I guess.
Is that on Netflix? Because that's HBO, right?
That's
Yeah.
HBO. Yeah, it is on Netflix. It's like
is?
it's like American Ghost Story, like how each season's a different story.
Yeah, I don't have Netflix. I don't know any of this stuff.
Season 3's on Netflix?
No. I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm going to get HBO, but I'll just put it off till next month.
As with everybody. Yeah, this is like one of those things where, yeah, American Horror Story is what I mean. Thanks to Kabuki, just always right there, just to freaking jam it home. Pedantically yours, Kabuki Kid. Yeah, I don't know.
Did any of you see that Umbrella Academy?
That's really good.
I did.
It bogs down towards the end, but it's pretty good.
I thought the end was a little predictable. The one character.
Oh yeah.
But
I mean,
it was a pretty good.
That's what it is for me now too. It's like I can't. Most TV shows, I'm just like, like they just drive me crazy. I just can't. I watch them and I watch. There's a reason why I watch like original Star Trek. Just because.
Mhm.
Okay, I've seen this episode 100 times, but I don't care. I'm gonna watch this again.
Right.
Because I just know what I'm in for here. Okay, I don't want to beat a dead horse because I kind of said something, but I don't like how the one thing I don't like about my fellow humans, and I get down on myself for it as well, is fakery. Is like when you act a certain way when you think this is the way I should act because that was what I should do, right? It's not, you don't do it because it's what you feel. It's like, and I know the old saying is like, when somebody does the right thing, don't question their motivation because at least they're doing the right thing, right? And I understand it, but like I don't like people pretending to be something they aren't. And like recently, like somebody who I've been friends with like since I was in high school posted something about, I recently watched Star Trek II Wrath of Khan again. And I was like, oh, okay, whatever. Why is he posting this? That kind of thing. And this guy was the biggest Star Trek guy of all time. Like he was just like we like Star Trek when we were young, but this guy was like, he fucking loved Star Trek. And his favorite character was Spock. And he talked about how Star Trek II, how Leonard Nimoy was like, that was truly Spock. That was like, he owned it. He was the best part about that movie. He talked about every time we watched it on like whatever VHS tape we had, he pointed out all these different scenes where Spock did this, Spock did that, Spock did this. And he posts this thing. He's like, I watched Star Trek II Wrath of Khan again. I saw the movie theater for the first time in winter. And once again, I was reminded about the absolute best character that's ever been in every Star Trek ever. And that is Lieutenant Savick, played by Kirstie Alley. I was like, you effing liar. I knew you when you were like 15 and you like had freaking orgasms about how good Leonard Nimoy played that role. And I was just sitting there and I was just like, and I actually wrote out something blasting him about it. You know, it's just like, apparently you don't remember when we sat outside this movie theater to watch this. Yeah, that like, and you quoted every single Leonard Nimoy line the whole time, and I was just like, but no, just let him have his like little moment where he's just, you know, and like, because he went on this diatribe about like strong female roles and this and everything, and maybe he doesn't even remember being like that when he was. But why does that bother me so much? Why does that like just stick in my craw, and I just like want to like scream at the sky about something like that? That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that he says
because
that.
I can tell you exactly why, and it's not bad. It's just it's what it is today. Everybody's gonna one up everybody. I'm more fucking progressive than you. I'm gonna go back to this movie from 26 years ago and tell you about how fucking strong Kirstie Alley was. I'm a real fucking progressive.
I think some people had to be fake. It's like, you can't tell me a 70-year-old man or woman from the South isn't going to be racist. They're just going to shut that off, you know?
Yeah, my grandma. I can point to my grandma. She fucking went to 4th grade. That was the most education she got. And I know that she is the most racist fucking person ever. And she goes out of her way on Facebook to post like weird stuff. Like, she posted today. It was a picture of a little black girl, and she's like, "If you don't think this is beautiful, then we shouldn't be friends." And it's like, what? Like, what? Why are you posting this, grandma?
Like, why would I'm not going to say anything other than the fact that this is a person that's in my family and you know, just shy of 60. You know, like coming up. You know, and they had their cell phone stolen from them while they were like at a Subway or something. They just, you know, put their phone on their table or whatever, and they were eating. And 2 African American youths ran right by the table, snagged her phone, and ran out the door. And like I heard her basically say, well, you can imagine the words, and words I'm not even going to say the consonant word, but like complaining vigorously about that. And I was like, oh my God, you're talking, you know, like, like my ears are on fire right now. You need to stop saying that. I mean, because she was just livid. She was pissed, right? And I was just like, oh my. And then like somebody else in my family goes, oh yeah, she's really, really racist. I was like, I've known this person like my entire life. I've never known this about you. You know, like just, but like it took this, like the fact that like, you know, she had her new phone for like 2 weeks, you know, a new $900 phone or whatever. And I was just like, oh, it's just like, you know, just like I said, I've told the story before, but I'll tell it again. My sister, when she was in college, dated an African American guy. He was a really nice guy, super nice guy, and he didn't come home for Christmas, but like my grandparents, who were came from like, they were, you know, they came from that era, and they lived in Western North Dakota, which is a very, very conservative backwoods compared to the eastern side. It's weird compared to the eastern side of North Dakota to the western. It's like a very, very backwoods world, because you're starting to get into that Montana and Idaho area where, you know, you're starting to get into that kind of like, you know, 98% white communities and things like that. So, and I just still remember, I don't know why she said it, but my grandma dropped the consonant word, and like, I remember like almost everybody's eye like locked on my sister to see how she would react. And I still remember my dad, who was actually like walking like behind the couch where she was saying when she dropped it, and he actually like cringed. He went, oh, he did it, like actually picked his leg up too. He was like, oh. and then she said, oh, did I say something wrong? My grandma's like looking around, you know, this 70-year-old woman, you know, she's like looking around. Did I say something wrong? Did I say something wrong? You know? And like, and my sister, to her credit, she was like, it's okay, it's no big deal. But I still can see like this look on my dad's face, like, oh God, just like, Grandma. You know, but yeah, like you said, you know, if you're old and you're from the South.
But
See, so I wonder if it's going to be like that in like 50 years with like
No.
a word like fag. No, I think that's the closest comparison we have is a word like that. And say, so if somebody says that in 40, 50 years, and people are like, oh my God, Grandpa, what the hell's your problem?
But see, I think we've moved past that too. I mean, it's just
no,
it's one of those things.
maybe here, not
Maybe.
the rest of the world.
I'm sure
That's a good
there's-
point.
I'm sure there's some more parts of the world, whatever. But here's the deal. So it's like, you know, it's. I can remember. No, okay, so this is where I think I'm more progressive in certain ways. So it's weird. It's like, okay, so no, not more progressive than anything. So like in my mindset, I'll you know what? I'll put cards on the table here. I'll put cards on the table here, and there's things that like I have trouble getting past. Like because of where I grew up, you know, I can remember being young and making homosexual jokes and making jokes like that. And now I look back at that, I'm like, God, I was like kind of an a-hole. But also, it was like everybody made those jokes, right? And I remember like when I was in high school, they made this big deal about talking about the 10% society, which was this idea that 10% of the world, you know, is gay. And we were supposed to like study this and everything like that. And like, you know, we were all like, why are we learning this? This is dumb. You know, and I can remember it was like very, very common that it was just kind of like you in college, everybody made, you know, jokes about gay men and things like that. And it was one of those things where it's like, I think well into my 20s, like I held on to that weird, dumb, stupid thing. And then what the thing that happened was, it was like I got into my late 20s, got into my early 30s, and I actually, like, instead of like, you know, I found out that people I graduated high school were gay. I feel, you know, it was one of those things where I was like, and it was one of those things too where I was like, well, that's really dumb that people hate these people for this, you know, because it's like, and I remember like when I was in college, I remember I had somebody come up and like, it was one of those things. Now it's like, yeah, that makes sense. But back then it was like, they talked about homosexuality being a choice. And he's like, yeah, you know, that's right. I chose to, you know, associate myself with a part of my life that basically makes vast majorities of this country hate me, and I had to hide this from people. That, yeah, I chose that because I love it, you know. And it's just like, and it's like, you know, I never thought about it that way, and that really kind of awakens something. And it's just like, so now it's like, you know, you see somebody say something negative towards somebody who is gay or something like that, you're just like, you're a fucking asshole. You know, it's like, what is your deal? And it's just like, and I realize there's parts of this world where people still say it and just like, they're like, yeah, you're right, you know. But I mean, it's dying off. I mean, that part of our world is like so gone. And
that's what I'm saying. Like in 30 years, is it going to be if someone uses that word? Is it going to happen?
I think it is in a lot of ways now, but it'll get worse.
I don't.
And the thing
I
is,
don't know. We thought racism, the Klan was dead. You know, I mean.
Well, this is see. Okay, so this is my theory, and you can ascribe to it if you want. So here we're starting to really start the social, and I hate using social justice warriors, so I'm not going to say that. But the fact, I hate saying that.
I got in trouble for saying that. A couple weeks ago, I said that. I said that, and somebody was like, why would you do that? You're yeah.
So you have this thing. I remember when somebody said SJWs, I was like, what does that even mean? And like, I think Anthony had to tell me what it was. I was like, oh, okay, you know, whatever. But I mean, so we have this situation where you have like, and I said this before, you have these extreme assholes that like are saying that like, oh, you know, it's like, you know, homosexuals need to get back in the closet, and you know, like, oh, white is right, and you're just like, good Lord, you know, it's like, you Cro-Magnon, what is your problem? But the fact that like more of these idiots are starting to like speak up is, I think, in direct correlation to the fact that you have the more liberal like part of the world who are like, we need to fight and stop these assholes from being able to say these horrible things. And so you have this thing where you have this extreme well, you know, the Antifa stuff or whatever, and the thing is that both sides just continue to grow because the more you make ruckus, the more you claim more of the people in the middle, the fringe people in the middle that get forced to kind of like pick a freaking side. And the vast majority of us are in the middle where you're just like, I just want to like play games and have fun, or I just want to raise my family and have a career and live the 80 years that I get to live and not have to worry about this shit. Can you please just shut your mouth and not have me have to deal with this? But the problem is that you don't get to like do nothing, right? You have to, eventually we're going to be claimed. You're going to have to pick a side. And I think that's shitty. I think because it isn't black and white all the time. There's shades of gray in the middle. And I have a like a real freaking problem with people that have weird rushes to judgment and just like this is the way things have to be and whatever. And it's just like, and the thing that probably bothers me the most, and this has nothing to do with the way I personally feel, is that like most of, and I'm going to say most of the logical arguments come from progressive-minded people. I mean, and the more you listen to the ridiculously stupid, idiotic, like conservative arguments, it's just like, and maybe, and I have to remind myself repeatedly that like that's my perspective. I have to remind myself that like when somebody just recently posted, they're like they said something about the lines, like when they say something like, oh, well, you know, the one party, you know, it's like, oh, you know, the whole two-party system, they say, well, the problem is that one party is just in it for themselves and are ruining America, and the other party is trying to make things better. And I said, well, the problem is that both sides think the exact same thing. Both sides are like in this mentality, like the, you know, I honestly believe people that vote conservative and vote Republican believe that those ideals are what are going to make the world better for themselves and make the world better in general, and that's what they want. And people that believe on the other side believe the exact same thing as well. The problem is that, you know, shades of gray. Like both of them probably have some things that are really, really good and some things that probably aren't so good. And you find yourself somewhere in there, you know, that agrees. And it's just, but you can't convince anybody of that. You can't convince anybody that like part of their mentality, part of their doctrine, part of their liberal or conservative belief might have some flaws, and you could use like some combination of the ideas to create something good. It's as Forrest said earlier, like if you don't chime in and immediately say, you know, I'm for this, it's like, oh, well then you're racist because you didn't say that, or you're sexist, or you hate women, or whatever, you know. And it's just kind of like, I said this before, I'm a dinosaur. I realize that, and the world that I grew up in doesn't exist anymore, and that's a good thing, because I think we're in a better place now than we were before. But it also makes the world really tough for me to understand sometimes, and I don't get it. I don't understand.
Lance, I'm incredibly progressive. You know that. We've talked much about that. And there are people online who will tell you that I am a sexist. They'll tell you that I just don't. Yeah. I actually got into a discussion. I got into an argument. Somebody called me out and said, oh, I don't support this guy because he's a sexist. And I bushwhacked that thread. A mutual friend of ours reached out and was like, hey, somebody's talking some trash about right here if you want to go check it out. And I got in there and I was like, all right, why the fuck do you think I'm a sexist? And I was like, it turned into something. It just.
When was this?
This was about 2 weeks ago, actually. And
was that on the Facebooks?
It was on the Facebook. It was just in a random thread of a popular game designer, and they were talking about a company that did something shitty that was racist or sexist, and someone was like, I don't support this person because he's anti-trans, and I don't support this person because he's a sexist. And it's the same fucking numbnut, so I got into a discussion with about Anita Sarkeesian. And it resonates with a lot of what you said, where I disagreed with how they were planning on doing it. And I was, because the whole thing about the Anita Sarkeesian thing was like, I think it was a smart thing for Gen Con to do, create a lot of buzz, good for her. She's fucking video games. There's plenty of video games at Gen Con, what the fuck ever. But they were planning on doing this whole big fucking thing where it's like, we're going to wear fucking shirts and do pins and flags and all this. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? It's like, reach out to her and just say, hey, you know, most of the people at Gen Con are going to be supportive of you. You know, there's going to be some assholes, but we've got your back. And it's like, I feel like that's how the situation be handled. And I got fucking killboshed because I said that. It's like, and I even made an argument because one of the big things is talking about tropes in video games and how the damsel in distress is a common trope in a lot of video games. I'm like, you guys are fucking treating her like a damsel in distress right now. You feel the need to go out of your way when she handles this. She deals with this everywhere she goes. It's like, and I got fucking just blacklisted with some people because I came out and said that. And it's just, ugh. So I understand. Like, yeah, it's you're either here or you're there, and if you're in the fucking middle, then fuck you. You're on the other side. And unfortunately, I think it's definitely more the leftists that do that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, no, because see, the thing about it is that and this is just once again my perspective. The really conservative people that I know, you know, they're like, you don't really, they don't really like, they like, oh, you don't agree with what I think? Well, you know, you're just one of them. But they aren't like, but they're dismissive. They're dismissive about it. They're just like, okay, well, you're one of them. They're not in your face like, oh, well, you know, you're this, that, and the other thing. The thing about it is that if but on the other side, it's weird. It's like you are like an enemy, you know, and that's just been my experience. And it's just like, you know, and you know, I once again, I understand as a white dude in his middle age. I mean, you know, there is, you know, I've lived a life where I've had advantages I didn't even know existed just because I was a white dude. But that doesn't make me an enemy. You know, it's just one of those things where it's like, you know, that's just me and that's just my life. And you know, I just like, I don't know. It's just like, I've said this before and I'll say it again. I've really just gotten to the point in my life where it's like, you know, I maybe I should do more. Maybe I should be more active in certain like political things. Maybe I should, you know, donate more money to certain causes and things like that. But I've really kind of just gotten to the point where I'm like, yeah, you know, I just want to raise my family, and I just want to, you know, I want to get through the next, you know, hopefully 40 years of my life, and just be able to coast at this point. I just don't want to deal with, you know, I hate saying it, but you know, just like, you know, just take your drama and move it somewhere else. You know, I mean, when I see somebody being an a-hole, I call them out on it. You know, I mean, and it's just like, but even that I don't do as much anymore because I'm always like, yeah, if I call somebody out for being an a-hole and when I'm in the shopping line or something like that, and I'm just like, dude, you need to stop being like that or whatever. That's gonna be the one guy that just like decides to shove a screwdriver in my ear when I walk out to my car. And it's just like, yeah, maybe I should just, you know, let that freaking guy let nature take its course with him. I'm gonna just step away at this point and
yeah.
just,
I think there's a lot of people like that, though. I think you're underestimating. I think that's a lot of people. I was in a Facebook and a guy posted, "What would you do in the situation where you look in the back seat of somebody's car and their kids aren't buckled in?" And one of the answers was somebody was like, "You know what? I wouldn't say anything because I'm afraid it might raise a bigger problem." And it's like, I don't know. I think there's a lot of people who are like that, Lance, that are just like, well, you know. And I know that's a completely different apples to oranges thing.
Well, no, but it is one of those things where it's like, you know, okay, so if I like, for example, like if I saw like a group of people like, you know, and the thing is, I don't see this, and it's like, and maybe I should be thankful that I don't. But if I saw a group of people like accosting a woman, or if I saw a group of people accosting a gay man, or something like that, and being, like just horrible human beings, I mean, it's like, would I step in? Well, if it was me, like one guy against 3 giant bikers, well, probably not. Because I'm gonna get my freaking teeth handed to me. Will I call 911? Yeah, you're goddamn right I will. I mean, but it's like. And it's just one of those things where it's like, just leave me alone. I just want to, and I do think, and there is, and I'll fully admit that because I hear from a lot of people, they're like, I just want to play games. I just like at conventions, it's like, I don't want any fucking drama. I just want to come here, play games, and be done. And I think a lot of times people that are on the more active spectrums of their political mindsets are like, that's not good enough. You need to be, front and center, and
Those
you
people are fucking shitheads.
Well,
fuck that.
But that's not only with politics.
There's a time and a place. I mean, yeah.
The social issues get out there like that with politics too. It's the nature of our society today. It's weird. Even like our news channels, they have their viewpoints, and Fox is fuck MSNBC, and vice versa.
You know what I heard, or what I heard a quote. I forget who it was. It was a comedian, and they said, and they everybody's like, he was talking about, I think it was Tim Allen actually, who is a really conservative Republican, but regardless to anything. He said, he's like, what really gets me mad is like everybody's talking about these brave comedians nowadays. He's like, it's like, it's just like, he's like, like these comedians are so brave because they're willing to talk about this kind of thing. He's talking about, like he says, or women comedians that are willing to come out and talk raunchy and stuff like that. They're these brave comedians or whatever like that. And he's like, what the bravest comedian in the world would be right now? A comedian that came out and made jokes and was funny, but also tried to spread the word of God at the same time. He's like, that would be a brave comedian, because nobody would want to go and listen to him. He or she, he said, wouldn't make any money. They wouldn't get any bookings because people wouldn't want to listen to you. They'd want to listen to you make fun of religion. They want to, because that's what people want to hear. That's what it's like. He goes, that's what. It's like, and it's like, I think it's one of those things where it's, and that's one of the things too, where it's like, I'm not a like go to church every Sunday guy, but I consider myself to be a religious person. And like, if you talk about, and I don't ascribe to any necessary like Christianity or this, that, or anything, but I get upset sometimes when I hear people, it's like, oh, well, religion's like the worst thing in the world. And I'm just like, okay, first of all, it's like, they're like, because they point to like, oh, well, religion teaches people to hate people. It's like, well, yeah, there's extreme people that are in religions that are like, okay, yeah, I'm in this religion that says I have to hate gay people. But no. Even like one of the most like renowned atheists in the world living today, Penn Jillette, who goes around and like talks about how believing in God is incorrect. Yeah, it's just ridiculous, and why do we do this and this, that, and the other thing. Like he even says, he's like, I have gone to church, I've gone to churches, I've gone to see mass, I've gone to Catholic churches, I've gone to like, Baptists, I've gone to Muslim church. He goes, and I go to these people and I talk to the people, and he said the vast majority of people that ascribe to organized religion believe in kindness, peace, and goodwill towards everyone. And that's what they go by. But that's not what people want. That doesn't fit a narrative, right? We want to hear people that say, it's like, oh, well, these, freaking idiots that travel all the way around to, and hold up these signs that say God hates fags and stuff like that. That's what Christianity is. No, look at the fucking assholes that are Christians.
I got a question for you, Lance. I used to be one of those people. And I still do believe that religion is the worst thing that's happened ever. I agree with you, though, that the overwhelming majority of people are fantastic people and they just want to do kind things, and this is how they do kind things. But would you disagree if someone would said that it is the worst thing that has ever happened?
No, I don't. The reason why is because like the toughest thing about life, and I'm not talking about like anything to do with your life as far as like, you know, getting up and going to work or anything like that. The toughest thing about life is being able to come to grips with the fact that you are mortal, and being able to understand that the little speck of time that we get to exist on this planet is infinitesimally small compared to the eternity that we will not exist. And that is something that each and every one of us grapple with. And it's just tough. Right now, people are listening to this and they're thinking about it. And they're like, oh, I don't want to think about it. I want to think about being dead. We just don't want to think about it, right? It's like they say that like we can force our brains to think about not being alive for about a minute before we really start to freak out. It's like I hate it. You know, it's like there's been so many times when I wake up in the middle of the night, and it's like you know 2-3 o'clock in the morning, and I wake up and the house is silent. You know, I can hear my wife breathing next to me, and I'm like, and I get scared because I start thinking about what's going to happen after I'm dead, because your mind doesn't have anything else to think about, so you're just stuck in that moment. And so we have this moment where we're like, oh my God, you know, what's going to happen to me after I'm not here anymore? What lies beyond the curtain of this existence? And right now I'm freaking myself out. And the thing is that religion, for the vast, vast majority of people, has given people a sense of solace and a sense of peace and a sense of understanding to the world. And I feel the same way about being agnostic or atheist or anything like that. Atheists, like the truly blessed people in this world is the truly
Don't say people on deathbed.
No. The truly blessed people in this world are people that either are devoutly 100% atheists and just say, this is what my life is, and when I'm dead, I'm dirt, and I won't think of it. Or the people that truly 100%, no doubt in their mind, believe in an afterlife and believe that there is something waiting for them after they are gone, after they leave here. Those are the two, in my opinion, those are the two groups of people that have it better off than anybody else, because they have come to grips with their mortality, and they've come to grips with the idea of what happens to themselves after they're here. The rest of us, the majority of us who are scared shitless about the idea, and I saw Kabuki Kid said worrying about dying is a waste of time. Yes, maybe it is, but I bet you money, Kabuki Kid, is that I bet you still worry about it. I mean, maybe you are one of these blessed people of like on either spectrum. I don't know. But
I think you're oversimplifying it there a little bit.
Maybe I am. But the thing is that religion has given millions of people peace and understanding about the reason why they are alive, which is technically, as C.J. Jung once famously said, he's a Jung, I should say, a philosopher. He said, like, the purpose of life is to spark even the minutest amount of understanding as to why we are alive, and that is the purpose of life. And it's just you know, the thing is that I don't even know what Lord Gavi is like saying something here. I don't know. I'm not following along with this train, but that is why I think religion is okay. Yes, there are extreme people that believe that.
No. You can't minimize those extreme people.
I'm not minimizing that.
But are you going on the Trail of Tears? It wasn't extreme people currently all around the world. Like, nothing in the history of humankind has divided people more than religion, and did it in such an extreme manner. Like you say, extremists. This is stuff out of some of these religious books, and you can't just focus on Christianity. Like, there's other ones that say.
So let's take all the religions of all time ever. You know, like of all time ever. I'm still saying that the extreme people that believed in that took that religion and used it as justification to do horrible and inhumane things to other people is still a drop in the bucket as compared to the billions of people that used their belief in the wind god or in Thor or in Ares or in God or in Yahweh or in whatever, and used it to give them an understanding of their purpose to life and inspired them to live good lives.
Okay.
It is a drop in the bucket in comparison.
And I disagree. I'm on it right now. It goes through all the major wars that are religious in, like, that's the main reason for them. And it is billions of billions. Like 13 million here, 1.5 million here, 20 million here, 30 million here.
Even that isn't a billion people that you just
the total outcome they came, and this is 195 billion. No, 195 million. Okay. Still
195 million.
Okay.
And the thing is
and
that
here's the other thing, and you brought up a very good point there. You said the very few people who actually commit to it, who commit to believing that. I mean, and here's the thing. It's as bad as it sounds. My opinion on religion changed so much when I went and saw Tim Tebow speak. Because I went and saw Tim Tebow because I love Tim Tebow from football, but he opened my eyes to a lot of things.
Okay, well, according to recent estimates, there have been 108 billion members of Homo sapiens that have lived. So even if it's 190 million, that's barely even cracking less than 0.1%.
Okay.
So,
because a bunch of people wanted to make up stories about their gods. And don't jump me on that, because if we're being realistic here,
It is.
Best case scenario, 99% of the people who are believing in these are wrong.
well, I mean, if you can do it, but see, like, but that depends on your idea of religion. See, if you want to, I mean, my thought is that no religion has ever got it right. Religion is just our feeble little brain's ability to try to come up with a reason why we're here, and because we can't grasp something as huge and as big as the cosmos and whatever. So, but the thing is that I just think there's something greater than this. I just that's my belief. I don't know what it is. I don't even know if I do get to go see if I don't know what. I just think that there's something bigger to the reason why we're here.
Now, isn't that it being agnostic?
Well, agnostic says I don't know whether or not I can believe. I haven't found any proof to tell me there is a God or not. That's what it is.
Yeah. Now, my view of religion, without man's bastardization of it's a useful thing. It brought along farming and a bunch of other things, to our civilization, as well as rule. And in general, most religions are basically about rule. Don't kill each other. Don't fuck each other's wives. Shit like that. And like Lance said, it does explain to them at the time their place in the cosmos, the basic religions. And then we get into the bastardizations of them, King Henry wanted to get divorced, so he changed the religion. Luther decided he wanted to go his way. He changed it.
Luther wanted to get married to his nun girlfriend.
Yeah.
So
yeah. I don't believe religion is evil. I think man's bastardization of it is evil. A king sent people on the crusade who killed millions of people.
Evil people will find a way to do, and this is kind of a shitty argument, but I mean, but evil people will do evil things, and the thing is that but that being said, has anybody ever taken the words in the Bible and decided, and then that was like a trigger that caused them to do an evil thing? Yeah, I'm sure there has been. I guarantee you that's been a trigger. But I also believe that person probably was some sort of sociopath, and something was going to trigger them anyway. The owl was going to talk to him that night and tell him to go murder his kids. So, I mean, and he was going to follow it. It's just I think that there's something that's going to trigger it, regardless to the instance. I don't know. It's just one of those things where I really take umbrage to, yes, you know, the guy with the loudspeaker saying God hates fags, drag him off the soapbox, and shove the microphone up his ass and then send him on his way because that guy's an a-hole. And it's just like, yes, he's got the right to say what he wants to say, but I should have the right to, punch his teeth down his mouth too.
Right.
But it's one of those things too where people that go to church, they are the number of people that go to church is constantly decreasing. We are moving away from organized religion. It's
you think
something
that's good or bad? Just out of curiosity.
I mean, as long as it's being replaced with like
social
media. Well, no, it is, sadly.
I mean, that's.
I mean, but the thing is that social media, in a way, is it's becoming its own type of religion. A religion that is actually being attended and visited far more than any. And the thing is that okay, so what is so I mean, and this is a really, really dumbed down version of what Facebook is, and I will fully agree that I fall into these same parameters. But like Facebook or Twitter or anything like that. So Facebook, I'm going to take a picture of myself, or I'm going to take a picture of my dog, or I'm going to take a picture of that sunset I saw, and I'm going to post that on Facebook. And I'm going to post it in the hopes that I will then get some sort of like justification of appreciation from the people that are my friends on this social media thing. And there's this weird social contract that, oh, you took the time to like say this was nice, or say this was cute, or say this was amazing, or whatever like that. You maybe you even use the heart instead of a like. So I know you love me, and the reason we do that is so that then if I click like on yours, so then when I go ahead and post my picture of that sunset or that cat or whatever, then the other people will do the same thing and then give me some sort of like justification or belief. And the thing is that church used to do that. You went to church on Sunday, you had that moment where you were supposed to take and shake people's hands and say whatever, and like go through the whole process. And it was like, but you went there and you got justification for being there and for being alive and saying the same prayer, everybody together, and you all like got up and sang the same song, and then you listened to a 10-minute thing about why you need to be a good person, and then they told the story, and then you were done. But that's what Facebook is in a weird way. It's its own version of religion now.
See, and I feel like Facebook is the exact opposite. I feel like Facebook and social media in general brings people together. Now, I think social media in general does a lot of terrible things.
It brings
whereas I think religion at its original core values is about separating people and dividing people.
But
I don't.
But it's a group of people. So it's like, so you on Facebook, Forrest, have like your followers or whatever it is that you have, and Facebook is all about an echo chamber. It's all about the same people saying this is awesome, and everybody else is saying, yeah, you're right, that is awesome. And you're like, oh, for example, and this is not trying to get back to the thing, but I think Bernie Sanders is the most amazing. You're right, Bernie Sanders is amazing. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Let's get this echo chamber where we can all talk about how great Bernie Sanders is. And then like maybe one person will come in and say something, and we'll just beat that guy down because he's wrong, because Bernie Sanders is awesome, and yeah, we're all awesome. That's what religion is. You go to church, talk about Jesus Christ, you say this is great, we all need to be good people. Yay, Jesus Christ is awesome. Jesus Christ is great. If some Muslim came in there and tried to tell you something differently, you'd say, what the hell are you doing here? It's like,
I think the difference is though,
it's an
I'm friends with a lot of people in the Facebook the board gaming hobby. And a lot of them are far left, a lot of them are far right. You're going to see both those on Facebook. I'm not going to see that in church. I'm not going to see.
Find me a outspoken far right person.
They're few and far between, and unfortunately, most of them are shit.
Because and you know what? I know which ones are who don't say a goddamn word.
That's why they're called the silent majority.
and it's just like there are, and I'm just gonna say, if you're male and you're 40 or older, there's a pretty good chance that they're pretty conservative and they're pretty Republican, but they keep their mouths shut, unless your name happens to rhyme with Schmavid Schmowery.
I will say that's one thing though. I've recently gotten the kick out of doing this. Is I'll be at work and I'll be scrolling on Facebook, and I like to click on all the articles I see posted by people, and then immediately just snopes them to see if they're bullshit. God damn it! Right-wing people post so much more fake stuff.
I know it is
Blatantly fake, like just not like propaganda, just like completely made up, fabricated shit, and it just it drives me nuts. And I'll post it there. I always post, "Oh, actually, it's not true. 100% false. You're welcome." And nobody ever responds when I do that, but I love doing it.
Well, but here's the thing: is that I think this is why I think like the really vocal, the really vocal conservative people who speak and like take conservative sides to arguments, like try to defend Trump and the things that he does and try to like defend the Republican conservative ideal, is that I think what a lot of it comes down to is they just don't care. I mean, whereas okay, if on the flip side, if you were Democratic and you posted if you were a liberal and you posted a meme or whatever that was blatantly untrue, like you wouldn't get your echo chamber like follow through. You wouldn't get people it was just like if you posted some meme or something, find one of those Occupy Democrats things or whatever it is, go to one of those pages that has a meme and it said, and they had some photoshopped image of Donald Trump fucking a goat or something, and it was like, oh, this is true. And they'd be like, yeah, what are you doing? This is stupid, but on the other hand, if you have some stupid picture that somebody photoshopped together that shows Barack Obama, burning a flag, they'd be like, oh my god! But see, they wouldn't even care. They wouldn't even care if somebody said, because if somebody says, oh, that's like not true, it's like completely and totally faked, their response would be something like, well, he's not even an American citizen anyway. They would just be like, he would just follow that line of bullshit. And I think that most Republicans and are people that vote Republican. I'm going to say that because I do think that a lot of Republicans really aren't conservatives. But most people who vote Republican are just fucking trolls. I mean, like literally, it's one of those things where it's like, I'm old, I'm white, I have my privilege, and I want to keep my money. And if I vote along this party lines, and there's enough of us left that we can keep voting in these people because they're gonna protect the fact that I'm white, and they're gonna protect my money, and I want to keep that, and I don't want to change, and I want to die with my money. And yes, that is an incredibly selfish thing that they do, and it is incredibly awful. But the thing is that they're voting for their interest.
It's kind of what Rob said.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is that so now the problem is if they're voting for their interest, it's shitty. But I mean, what do? You take away the right to vote. I mean, you drag them out into the street and shoot them. I mean, I don't think that there's any way to, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just.
You try and educate them. I mean,
well, you can try to educate them, but I mean, it's just like if the education is like, yeah, you need to start thinking globally instead of just privately, and they're gonna be like, yeah, but I really like my yacht. So
I got an example from earlier tonight. Like, did you know that stuff that I told you, Lance, about how the big companies and the billionaires are going to keep their tax breaks for the foreseeable future, whereas the little people are going to lose those after 5 or 6 years? Like, did you know that? And that's
I've read that before. Yeah.
Okay, and there's a lot of people who don't know that didn't know that. They have no idea about that, and it's just
because people don't want to read about it. They don't care.
And I think that's another good point. Like grandma sees that fucking meme of Barack Obama burning a flag. She's not gonna fact check that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta get to bed. I'm falling asleep here.
No, well, yeah. Well, it was a good conversation though. Look at that. We didn't even have initials or before and afters or anything like that. We just chilled.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good times. Good times.
All right, gentlemen.
So go back Dragon's Interest, everybody. If you've already backed it.
I can attest. It is a very, very good game.
Very grr. What was that?
I've been up since 6 a.m. I'm tired.
All right. Well, get some sleep there, buddy. And thank you, everybody, for taking the time to watch. I can't believe you did, but it was pretty cool that you did it. So there you go. Good night, Barry. I hope you feel better soon, man.
Yeah, we'll see.